Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Pontiac City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. It's 6:05 p.m. We are called to order, and we give the floor to Councilman Parker for this evening's invocation introduction.
Thank you, Brother President. Good evening, everyone. I pray that everyone has had a good day enjoying the sunshine and grace of God today. Let us pray. And God, we come again this day giving you thanks for such a marvelous and lovely day you've allowed to stretch out before us. We thank you, Lord God, for the opportunities that you've allowed us to experience this day, and we thank you for the challenges that you help see us through. We ask now that as we have come together as one body called the City Council and Administration of Pontiac, that you would guide our hearts, our thoughts, and our minds where we make sound, rational decisions on the work that you have placed in our hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank God.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us now for a moment of silence as we remember those in our community who've recently passed away. We send our condolences, our prayers and well wishes to all of the family members that are impacted. And we also keep in our minds, top of minds, those that are battling illness, affliction, and suffering in our community. Please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. Roll call of council members. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Here.
Nicholson. Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, is there a motion to excuse Councilperson Nicholson from this evening's meeting for personal reasons?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. That motion is before us. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we approve this evening's agenda. It's now before us. Is there any discussion, amendments, clarification? All right, with that, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as prepared.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. Is there now a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Support by Rutherford.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. It includes the June 3rd Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee meeting minutes, as well as the City Council meeting minutes from June 4th, 2024. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the consent agenda.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those sets of minutes are approved. We're now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials representing the city of Pontiac that wish to give an update in their position? Hearing none, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests this evening for agenda address?
Yes, President McGinnis. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Number 14 is the last thing on your agenda. It comes out after everything else, although it's the most important job of a city council or city government in the year, and that's to pass the agenda for the coming year. I wanted to bring something to your attention that I talked about last meeting, and that was that the process for passing an agenda generally is that the mayor presents his recommended budget, or her, as I did, on May 1st, and then the council has budget hearings and they make changes accordingly. And then it is the council recommended budget that is passed. Well, even though you had a first reading of what you recommended, your recommended budget was not in the packet agenda. It was not posted as part of the packet, at least not in the detail it should have been, so we know exactly what was going on. And it was important for us to see that because the mayor's recommended budget, if you look at, I think I quoted whatever page in this packet of the mayor's recommended budget, back when you get down to the summaries of the forecast and the 5-year rolling budget, it says at the level of spending he's proposing, in 2 years, the city would be bankrupt after all the ARPA money has been spent. That's not a good thing, and that's something I hope the council would have considered and given us some answers about whether you approve that or whether you understand that or whether you think there should be some financial steps taken. So that wasn't in the packet last week, so I FOIA'd it, and lo and behold, the next day, there it was. So it is there this week, and I would like to see, as you have the discussion later on, item number 14, after all the other stuff goes on, you get to that really important passing of the budget for the coming year. And I'll be interested in the discussion to see whether you think there's some fiscal responsibility that this council has in making sure that we have a financial plan that is sound.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark. Number what? 4? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Go ahead. Good afternoon, council, administration, and clerks. In talking about the budget, and I know the budget is a tedious situation to deal with, especially with the unknown that's not prepared for by the city and administration along with the council. But my concern in passing this budget, and it's a very high concern, not just with me, but with the residents of Pontiac, in passing these budgets and getting the tools that's necessary to make the city run, don't forget about the job, to make a plan for the jobs that's rendered in front of you. To this year's budget, or whatever budget you're on right now, it doesn't appear that the city is being addressed in a timely manner ahead of the seasons. And what I mean by that, summer season really should have been taken care of in the winter budget or prior. The conditions of the city, we used to think it was just the homeowners not taking care of their property, but we find that it's the city and the county that's not taking care of these properties. Now, whether the money is there in the budget, may you not even have the staff, but there's a breakdown somewhere where the residents has not been attended to be a little tad satisfied. And when the residents have to suffer, your budget is going to suffer, because then you're going to have a protest for that budget if the residents aren't getting anything out of it. So when you plan this budget, prepare for the following seasons in front of you so the residents can have a little peace of mind.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller. She's not present. President McGinnis, that concludes agenda address.
Thank you very much. And since the point was made in agenda address where the budget is being considered, it might take many hours tonight, so I wanted to be very thoughtful and allow public comment to be held prior to that, so we don't get yelled at for that. But with that, thank you for agenda address. We're now at item number 1 on the agenda. This is a second reading of an ordinance amendment. It would amend the city's municipal code for our purchasing ordinance, which is Chapter 6, Division 2, Section 2-517, subsection 5 for definitions, and 2-528, contractors or vendors in default or indebted to the city. Again, this is for us for a second time. Mayor and administration, you have the floor for rationale.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We had, as you mentioned, talked a little bit about this last week, and it's really designed to make sure that the city has a little more flexibility to work with potential vendors or contractors who are operating and acting in good faith, trying to comply with city requirements. there are a lot of requirements in our purchasing ordinance that, as a practical matter, end up only applying to Pontiac residents, because Pontiac residents pay taxes here in Pontiac. Those businesses in other communities don't have to pay taxes generally to Pontiac, for example. And so we wanted to build some additional flexibility in so that, yes, it's important for contractors to comply with city ordinances, but if they're behind on their taxes but are willing to enter into a payment plan, and if they're in compliance with that payment plan, that we could still do business with those contractors. This is part of the bigger picture of trying to expand opportunities for Pontiac businesses to get work from the city. And we do have our legal director here, Joanne Gurley, who put together these proposed amendments, and she can certainly add anything, but also answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much. Could I please have a motion? Could I please have a motion to adopt this ordinance amendment?
So moved.
No.
Support.
I should have called for it prior.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman
Support.
Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That is before us. City Attorney Gurley, is there anything further you'd like to highlight?
The things that I would like to highlight is that last week, City Council asked for a draft policy on how the payment plans would be enacted. That is included in your packet. Some of the highlights of the proposed policy is that the execution of that document would happen if the vendor is awarded a city contract consecutively, so it would happen at the same time if they were to be awarded a contract. Also, there would be an administrative fee, penalties, and then the statutory interest rates would also apply. And that really speaks to the city not lending credit in violation of the Michigan Constitution. The vendor would also consent to paying 50% of the outstanding balance at the time that the contract is awarded, which could be deducted from the actual contract. Payment plans would not exceed beyond 6 months, and that is per the income tax administrator's suggestion. Also, the city would not be waiving any of its rights to seek all legal remedies in case there was an additional default with the vendor. So that's a synopsis of what the policy entails, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work you did preparing and fine-tuning this proposal. Any discussion on the matter? Councilman Rutherford?
I just want to thank you personally for taking my ideas and us working together on this. I think it's important that we make sure that the citizens know that we as a council are for their business, and we as a council want to see them be successful, but there needs to be rules and ramifications. So I just appreciate you taking my suggestions. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? So again, this offers more clarity on what the city's requirements allow in terms of those who can be vendors or do work with the city. So that way, it provides a pathway for them to get settled up and be viable, to be eligible. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, that exhausts the speakers list. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the ordinance to amend the city's municipal code regarding purchasing ordinance.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and the ordinance is now amended.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it's about 10 days before it goes into effect. Is that applicable in this instance?
Yes, it is not an emergency ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. We're at number 2 on the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the resolution, which would approve the first reading of an amendments to ordinance number 2287, an ordinance to restructure the departments of the City of Pontiac, Section 2-88, Finance Director eligibility requirements?
A motion.
And is there a second?
So moved.
All right, so it's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Parker, so it can now be discussed. Mayor Administration, you have the floor for context and rationale. This is, again, a first reading, so it will not be voted, a final vote tonight. What this motion before us is acknowledging it's been read for a first time. Mayor Grimel.
Thank you, President. As Council knows, we've been without a finance director for about 4 months now, and we have engaged a search firm to help us look for a new finance director. It's a challenging labor market, of course, especially for highly specialized positions like finance director. One of the things that we've encountered is that there are a number of good candidates who do not meet the city's ordinance requirements in terms of who can fill this role. The current ordinance that the city is operating under was put in place during emergency management and has a few requirements. It requires both a bachelor's degree in an area of expertise relating to being a finance director, but it also requires a master's degree in that same kind of area, as well as a number of years of experience. In talking with the search firm that we've been using, GovHR, our contact there, James Petrano, who is a former city manager in Rochester, has surveyed a number of other Oakland County communities and has not found any other community of the ones he's looked at that has a master's degree requirement. And so the proposal would eliminate that aspect of the requirement if there are sufficient number of years of experience. So it would really bring our requirements and our standards in line with other Oakland County communities. Deputy Mayor, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing that I would add, Council, is that essentially we are asking that the finance director position be treated as the other positions in the city: city clerk, community development director, Department of Public Works director, and city engineer.
All right, this motion is now before us. Discussion on this first reading from council members. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So my question is this, you basically want us to remove them saying that they have to have a master's degree, correct? Are you? Yeah.
You have been yielded to. Deputy Mayor has the floor.
Thank you. I would not say remove. What we are asking is that we allow an alternative path. So a person can have a master's degree and 3 years of experience, or a person could have a bachelor's degree and 5 years of experience, which is consistent with the other positions in the city and consistent with other municipalities.
Okay. So my follow-up question is, the current individual that you had that was supposed to be going for this job, are they still in the ranking to get this position if we change this ordinance? Because originally this was done so that these candidates could be eligible. So is the individual that you guys had chosen currently still wanting to this position? I yield to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So just a clarification. This change was not made specific to a person. The change was made because we honestly believe that it is a best practice change. And then to your additional question, we do not have a candidate that we are planning to bring forward at this time.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
As we're adjusting the overall requirements for these positions, will we also be looking at how we assign salary?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. As you know, we did the wage and salary study earlier this year, and we assigned pay bands. And so an individual would we would use the pay band system which we created earlier this year.
Mayor Grimel, followed by Councilman James.
Just to add a little bit to the Deputy Mayor's thought, though, within that pay band, one of the considerations will certainly be the amount of education they have, their years of experience, and other relevant factors when we determine within that pay band what an appropriate salary is.
Councilman James.
Yes, I'd like to ask about this says a bachelor's degree and 5 years of experience. Is it going to actually say that the degree should be in a related area? Is it going to specify what the degree should be in? Because I wouldn't want to just say all they have to have is a bachelor degree. It needs to be within a financial area. So is that going to be in the ordinance? Is this what you have, what you have before us in the ordinance, or are we going to specify?
Do you yield to the deputy mayor?
Yes, I yield.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Very astute catch. Thank you. We will absolutely make sure that that is consistent. The ordinance currently reads that way: a master's degree in blank, 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 blank. So we can make sure that it continues to read that way when the update is created.
Well, I mean, excuse me, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember from the previous, it actually specified the degree. And I don't know that we have to specify, but it definitely should specify that it has to be in a related area. You understand? It can't just be any degree. Okay. Are we going to get a chance to see that before, the language that we're actually wanting to change?
This is the first reading.
Oh, this is the first reading? Okay, so next week, could we see the actual language?
Yes.
Any
Okay.
further discussion on this first reading? I think the administration's getting a sense that of some modifications that some council members would like to see incorporated. The city attorney is here. Is there value in us voting down this first reading because it doesn't have the exact language that council will likely want to consider in the second reading? Or is it sufficient for qualifying as a first reading and then the language can then be amended versus the administration midstream changing the first to second reading? Is my question clear?
Your question
Attorney,
is
you have the
clear.
floor.
Yes. In your first reading, you're able to make modifications such that they would come before you again for the second reading without having to deny or not approve the first reading, because it is your first reading. You're asking for modifications that would show up for your second reading.
Okay, and so it would be within the bounds of what would still be qualified as a legitimate first and second reading, should this first reading be adopted, saying broadly what the language is, and then it being slightly different on the second reading?
I would qualify that by saying this is your first reading and that you're asking for amendments to the ordinance as presented.
Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just also wanted to follow up just to let the council know that I'd also done some research myself as well and looked around at several municipalities. And the attorney is correct. I didn't find one that I looked at that had a master's degree. And I definitely, one of the cities that is not on here that I checked was Roy Oak, which had a really, really of good ordinance when it comes to this particular position. So I just want to let the council know that I did look into it as well.
Okay. So to recap for the council and community, right now, the city's ordinance, or is it the city's ordinance? It's not the charter that we're talking about. These are not qualifications that are spelled in the charter. They are in an ordinance that was changed by the then emergency financial manager imposed by the state of Michigan and or their successors. So the city clerk right now in the city of Pontiac, bachelor's degree and 5 years of experience. Community development director, bachelor's degree and 5 years of experience. City engineer, bachelor's degree and 5 years experience. Department of Public Works director, bachelor's or master's degree and 10 years experience. And so that's the DPW is the one that's a unique qualifier there, and that was amended by the city council in January of last year. Okay, so This is the exact language that would state the finance director may have a bachelor's degree and 5 years' experience in lieu of having a master's degree and 3 years' experience as a minimum job requirement. So there's three options before us, and I want further clarity from the city attorney. We could vote this first reading down and reintroduce a new first reading. We could postpone this a week and exact amendments on the first reading could be drafted between now and next week. Or it could be adopted and saying it's been read for a first time and then amendments can be made at the second reading. Does the city attorney have any reflections on any of those three options in terms of what you would recommend as the most legally sound?
For me, and thinking about what would be legally sound and expeditious, I would take option 2, which would be postpone for a week, make the changes, and then come back before City Council.
Very good. Is there a motion to postpone
So moved.
this resolution for 1 week?
I got one statement before postpone.
I'll allow that flexibility. Yes, sir?
Yes.
Depending on how long the statement is.
Well, basically, when it comes to years of experience, I would like to see it be a bachelor's degree with 7 years experience and a master's degree of 5 years experience. I think this position is more important. Well, in the big picture of things, I think this position is very important to the city, and I don't think that I think we should come away from the totally master's degree, but I definitely don't think that we should come away from the experience. I think it's value in the person coming in the door to understand municipalities.
And I'll say procedurally, the city council, even for the first reading postponed, would like to see the explicit language in the ordinance that it is presently and what it would be changed as well.
Point of information.
Yes.
So the bachelor's degree, is it going to be in economics? Is it in business? And I'm just saying the clarity of it, how we
What
doing that?
Councilwoman James has flagged is that it can state broadly in a relevant field or a relevant degree, because if you say, right now I think it says like five degrees that it can be.
Okay.
But let's say in 12 years from now, business finance is the new hot thing
Right.
in academia. And
Okay.
it's not identified because we're going off of 2024
Okay.
degrees in the field. So obviously it would be up to the city council and city attorneys to say what's the application of that. But, and there can still be further amendments. This council can still make changes. It doesn't mean that they all have to be workshopped right here.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's tight and right for the acknowledging of the first and the second readings, and we amend it at the right time in the process. But council, you will still have the opportunity, if you want to fight it out on number of years, list the degrees, not list the degrees, but we want to make sure that we have a starting baseline that we feel comfortable at least doing the first reading and then
Okay.
debating further. Does that
No
sound
problem.
good?
Yep.
So Councilman Rutherford did make a motion to postpone for 1 week. Is there a
I
second?
support.
Okay, it's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're at number 3 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to enter into a contract with Nowak and Frous Engineers and G2 Consulting Group for the MLK Bridge right-of-way survey and geotechnical services?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman James. The motion is before us. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have next an engineering contract relating to the Martin Luther King Bridge. There are really two aspects to the engineering work that needs to be done for the bridge. One is the geotechnical and surveying work relating to the soil conditions and making sure that everything is properly surveyed. That is what is before council this evening. The second piece of the engineering work is really the big piece, which is making sure that the demolition is being engineered and that the reconstruction of a new bridge is being engineered. That will be coming before council later this month, but we wanted to at least get rolling on the geotechnical and survey work. And with that, I'll turn it over to our acting DPW director, Patrick Miller.
Good evening, council. Since the closure of the MLK Bridge, We've been working diligently to begin the process of reopening the bridge. In an effort to speed that process up, we worked with Nowak and Frous engineers to collect survey data needed to begin that design. Excuse me. Like the mayor said, there's two pieces with Nowak and Frous, and then G2 Consulting for a not-to-exceed amount between the two of $90,000 and $7.35. We request that council approve awarding that contract to Nowak and Frous for $19,972 and G2 Consulting for $70,035.35 to complete a survey, geotechnical data for the MLK Bridge project pending City Council approval of budget amendment.
Okay, Councilman Rutherford.
Two questions for the administration. Currently, how many contracts or how many have been awarded to Norwood and Frost? How many contracts do we have with them currently?
How many
I'm asking. I yield to Deputy Mayor.
I cannot say specifically how many contracts we have with Nowak and Frous. I can say that we do have a as-needed contract with Nowak and Frous and also with Hubble, Roth, and Clark, and so Nowak and Frous and Hubble, Roth, and Clark for as-needed engineering services, and so and DLZ. And so we will assign work to each of those individuals, but I cannot say how many assignments Nowak and Frous has at this moment. I just, off the top of my head, that's an answer that I do not have.
So,
Councilman.
Thank you. I'm asking for a reason. This is a very important project, as you know. And they have so many other contracts with the city. So I'm trying to figure out, did we do our due diligence to see if there was anybody else who could do the work? Because they have several. So let's just use the word several if we could. How is this going to be done in the same time when they have several other contracts that they already have with the city? Because that's my reservation about it. Because we keep rewarding it to the same individuals. And I know what as needed says versus is it going to get done? Because this is a hot topic in everyone's district, but especially in District 1 and in District 7. So my reservation, which is why I'm like, hold on, how is this going to be priority number one? Because it's got to be a priority to me in order for me to support this. So I yield to you, which you going to yield to the mayor.
Yeah, your question, I think, is a legitimate one. We have communicated to Nowak and Frous just how urgent, important, and prioritized this project is and needs to be. This really is a much smaller element than the other engineering work that I mentioned that'll be coming before City Council later. That engineering work is not going to be awarded to Nowak and Frous because Nowak and Frous didn't put in a proposal for the bulk of the engineering work. Okay. This project, just to put this in kind of perspective, the design and engineering work for the demolition and the construction of the new bridge itself is, depending on what firm we go with, in the order of $450,000 to $650,000. It's something like in that range. This contract entails much less work, which is why the not-to-exceed amount is $70,000, because it's really much, much less to do the surveying and the geotechnical work. And so it's just a much smaller deal in terms of the surveying and geotechnical work. So I would say that if we were talking about the big engineering work, I would have the same reservations you do, but given the relatively small size of this work for the geotechnical and surveying alone, I think it'll be completed quickly and in a timely way, given what we've emphasized to Nowak and Frous.
All right, thank you.
Did you have a hand?
Yes.
Pro Tem Carrington.
So what's your projection of this being completed once this contract is passed? 1 week, 3 weeks, 30 days?
A few weeks,
Okay.
2-3 weeks.
All right,
guess.
thank you.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
I just have one question.
Microphone.
For administration. Did you guys provide a timeline for the MLK Bridge? I'm kind of thinking we've seen one, but was there a timeline provided for this work?
Mayor Grimel.
Yes is the answer. Our city engineer, Shannon Filarecki, who's with DLZ, she provided a written timeline for the MLK Bridge project, and that was sent out to City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? So this is obviously an as-needed firm. Does this or does this not fall under the parameters of the existing as-needed contract approval, or is it because of the amount? So the amount of is triggering beyond just as-needed, constant, ongoing. Is that fair? City Attorney?
Any contract that's $10,000 or over has to be approved by City Council, whether it is part of as needed or cooperative, but anytime it's $10,000 or over, must come before you for approval.
A follow-up question on that, and I welcome that, and I think that's the approach, that's the sound way to govern our city. But, so let's say it's these various engineering firms, they're doing as-needed engineering work. What about the instance of an engineering firm providing an acting or interim staff member? You know what I mean, like in terms of ongoing work? Does that not trigger an explicit contract approval that needs to independently be approved? I don't have strong concerns. I just want to make sure that I am consistently pursuing the right approach. So obviously DLZ as a firm has multiple contracted work that's being done for the city in sort of personnel roles. Does that not necessarily stand as an instance that needs to have a standalone approval for a city council?
That's going to require some checking into, because I am not certain how staff members were hired. Were they hired as consultants? Were they hired in acting positions? So that's going to take a little bit of research.
Okay.
But that's a very important question.
We'll welcome that research and review, and whenever you're able to provide that to City Council, we welcome that consideration. But so Noack and Fraus engineers, they didn't necessarily have to bid on this work then because of their existing as-needed status. Okay, so their as-needed status allows them to be able to, which saves the city lead time, which is wise. But because of the dollar amount itself, that requires a further level of scrutiny, review, and approval by City Council.
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion before us. The resolution references that the city of Pontiac has determined the need to demolish the bridge, whereas the city of Pontiac has determined the need to demolish of the MLK Bridge and construction of a new bridge. So I would like a motion to amend that first whereas to lose the of after demolish, so it's grammatically correct.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Pro Tem Carrington to strike that first of in the first whereas. Any discussion on that minor amendment? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on that minor amendment in the first whereas.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that small amendment has been adopted, so we have the resolution before us as amended. Mayor, do you want to speak anything further? Obviously, the city's contracted engineered support and various different engineering investigations and analyses states that there is no rehabilitation or repair of the bridge. It's full demolition, full reconstruction. That is the amount, and that is the project that the state of Michigan and the federal government has provided money to the city of Pontiac to, but do you want to provide any further context or confirmation for the community's benefit about that very expensive and very unfortunate determination?
Well, yes, I think the most important thing, though, and unfortunately, the two representatives of DLZ were out of town tonight, or they would be here. But I think we want to make sure that this month, they come before council and actually show the pictures of the underside of the bridge publicly. I know that those pictures have been shared with city council, but those pictures, I think, are pretty alarming in terms of just how seriously eroded the I-beams are under the bridge. You can literally stick a fist through some of these holes. They're so big. And so I think we want to make sure that those pictures are disclosed publicly. I had originally hoped to do that this evening, but because the engineers weren't available, I think we'll do them either next week or the week after, probably whenever we bring the big engineer contract before.
City Council requests that, and I think that's appropriate time when we're going to, as a community, decide the big awarding, the big kahuna, the big price tag for a large part of the engineering design. And of course, more big kahunas got to come through the pipeline, but that'll be the first biggest one. Any further discussion on this resolution to enter into a contract with Nowak and Frost Engineers and G2 Consulting Group for the MLK Bridge right-of-way survey and geotechnical services? Again, this is an amount not to exceed $90,000. I'll give you the exact amount, $90,000 and $7.35 respectively between the two firms. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's look what we got. So there's the summary says 35 cents. The resolution says 37 cents. So that's what we're going with, 37 cents. For want of 2 pennies, the bridge rise and fell. Okay, so $90,007.37 is the resolution. So that's before us. Thank you, Clerk Doyle. For the clarification, roll call and adoption of the resolution.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 4 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish notice of a proposed
So
budget
moved.
amendment? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. We give the floor to the mayor and administration for rationale.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to turn it over to the deputy mayor to really walk through all of the details here. But the short summary is that this is a cleanup budget amendment to reflect actual spending that is obviously variable compared to projections that were passed when the totality of the budget was passed last June. So this is really best practice to bring cleanup amendments before City Council so that the budget is updated to reflect actual spending patterns before the end of the fiscal year. And with that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, the only thing that I would add to that is the primary focus of this is to make sure that no fund is ending in a deficit.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to be sure that I understand it. So once we do this, will it show that we're back in the black and not in the red? I'm just want to clarify that. I just need a bare brass text. I yield to, I like common sense answers, so I yield to the pro tem. I mean, Lord have mercy. I called you the pro tem. What is your name?
Pro Tem Kelfani Stevens.
That's, you knew what I was talking about, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so that is correct. Your layman's terms is correct.
Okay, that's all, because, you know, they like to spread rumors. I like correction.
You don't have the floor.
I'm done with it.
Okay. All
You
right.
better check off, sir. All right.
Number 4, we're still at this resolution authorizing the city clerk. Again, this will be back in 2 weeks, so this is authorizing the clerk to give the heads up that this amendment would be considered. Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call, Clerk Doyle on the motion to authorize you to publish the notice of the proposed budget amendment.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries and the resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment at 6:49 p.m. All right, Pro Tem Carrington, any requests tonight?
Yes, Dr. Didger Waterman.
I, along with some other people, attended one of the public hearing sessions about the Youth Recreation Center that the citizens have been hearing about and wanting. And the group, I think it's Racer, MSRA, has been given a, check me if I'm right, but up to $3 million budget to find out what the citizens want and the youth want in this new youth recreation center, and to design it. So at this meeting, and I understand there's one more, and I hope people attend it, but as we went through the meeting, there were only about 8 of us there who were not on city staff to some extent. And after they talked a while, and I saw that the group who were here, the consultants who were from Ohio, were kind of at a loss about what we wanted. And so at some point, I decided to give them a heads up on that and provide them materials, because what people wanted about the Youth Recreation Center, they wanted for quite a long time. It's been explicitly stated in so many different ways. So for one thing, when the citizens passed the youth recreation millage, they did that in the thought that they were going to get a youth recreation site, a center. That's what they wanted. And state-of-the-art, of course, so that's why they passed the millage. And the 9th Council and the 10th Council and I worked together, and we found an ideal site for that over on Gulf Drive, which the kids love, 55,000 square feet, and it had all kinds of facilities, Olympic-sized gymnasium, and we had it open 6 days a week, and they had all kinds of activities there, and we had many, many partners providing enrichment activities. So that's what they wanted. And the council agreed to rent it for a while until, and set aside $3 million to buy it. Well, they didn't end up buying it because the mayor, or mayor candidate, Mr. Rimo, came along and said he was going to close that one because he was going to bring something state-of-the-art and much better. And so instead of buying it, they just waited for this promise to be fulfilled. Well, I think that's what the people wanted, and that's what was promised. In fact, he even promised an aquatic center. And not only that, but there were so many other episodes where people told them what they wanted. And I just brought some samples of those. Example, the youth recreation activities bulletin that we had before, and it showed all the different activities. We had a recording studio, computer lab, arcade, club room, dance studio, and certainly the aquatic center that was promised by the mayor. So we hope that, and I brought some other documents, and I said, hey, look, this was all done. So we hope that the mayor does give him the right to do that for the people wanted, and doesn't try to bait and switches at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Bass.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Citizen District Council located in District 1. I just come tonight to say thank you to all of those that showed up at the planning meeting last Wednesday and express their true feelings regarding development that was proposed in that vein, in that area. I was a little disappointed in some of the ways that we were treated, because the residents came in at the last minute. We didn't find out until Saturday. The meeting was on a Wednesday, the next Wednesday. So therefore, a lot of them was in a rush, because I sent out email alerting them as to what was what was happening. So they showed up. And point of fact, like I said, they was talked to in a very derogatory manner, and because of the way they felt of coming in at the last minute. But let me be frank. At CDC, we do not condone anybody being mistreated, whether it be developers, directors, or anybody, even council. We never treat you bad when you come to our meetings. In fact, we make it a point of telling everybody We want decorum in our meeting. Anything to go outside of those bounds comes to me, and I'll straighten it out. So point of fact is, I didn't like the way they were treated and the way that they were talked to, but they were emotional. And I will never stifle anybody from saying what they feel or think about anything, whether it be in my meeting or anywhere else. But I come out real forceful when you attack my people, regardless if it was their meetings or my meetings. But point of fact is, we're grateful to have people come and present to us and explain to us so that we won't have to come and be upset because we didn't know what was coming to us. And that's one of the problems that exist, is you never tell the developers to come to the CDC, at least come to the association and explain to us what you are bringing into our neighborhood so that we can let you know if it's a part of it that we don't like or if there's none of it we don't like. Then, too, we might like it. So we want to be there to support you in your movement to build or whatever your project is. So the CDC is not pro-development. We are just the opposite. We support everybody that comes to us, even the city leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Antonio Paramu.
This on?
Yes.
Okay, this time I'm not nervous. I do apologize. Love my city. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm the guy who shook the city last year. We went out last year. Our event is called Set July on Fire. We do the fireworks right here, but not this year. I'm gonna get to that. Might be a little nervous, but we talked to the fire marshal. The fire marshal did approve 2 spots in the city, 2 parks. One we decided not to go with because there's one way in and one way out, which is not suitable for the amount of people that actually come to Set July on Fire. It's a lot of people, but we did find one, I believe in your district, correct, Aaron Perry Park, your district. I'm here to let you guys know we did pick a date, which is July 20th, and I'm here to talk to you guys so we can move forward with possibly getting it approved. Through you guys now, it's all up to you guys. I love my city. I do this out of pocket. I want to bring everything back that was taken from our city, and it starts with that fireworks show. Set July on Fire is an event that is created to end the night, but we do also, it's called an event, and I look forward to working with other vendors, other organizations through the city to, if they want to come out and help us out with that event through that daytime. Like I said, we just end the night. We love it. I love it. I'm tired of going to Detroit, Rochester, Lake Orion, Walled Lake to see fireworks. Also, Keego Harbor blocks the people from Pontiac to be able to see their fireworks. So I took it upon myself to bring my city's fireworks back. I just want to let you guys know that I do love my city. The people love it. I love it. And yeah, I might be a little nervous, but I am done. I'm gonna call this a day. I do have to feed my kids, but I look forward to talking to you guys. And again, if you guys can, I really would appreciate it. The city loves it. The people love it. And just the amount of people to just bring people back out like that. We had the biggest event next to Ice Cube. I'll take out Ice Cube all day. But, you know, we had the biggest event throughout the city last year, and the people loved it. To be able to bring that back it's something special. It's a different feeling. If you grew up in the city of Pontiac, you know how the plants were when we had the plants. You know how we had all the festivals, how we had everything obviously on top of the Phoenix Center, but Arts, Beats, and Eats and all that. But I'm here to let you guys know that I will continue to do them. I love my city, and also we are Pontiac's first firework company in this city. So I want to thank you guys again for allowing me, McGinnis and Deputy Mayor. Last year, you guys gave me my opportunity to show the city what I can do, and I appreciate it. I love my city, and I look forward to working with all of you guys, hopefully, so we can make this event a lot bigger than what it is. And again, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Billy Swayzer. And then on deck, Ms. Rosalind Northcross.
Hi, I'm Billy Swayzer, a resident of the city of Pontiac and a retiree. I'd like you to vote for James Mariani, who is going to be running for the VIVA board. And that is a board that handles the city's insurance money, an insurance program. James Mariani has been had worked for the city of Pontiac since the early 1960s or 70s, and had held the position of finance director, accountant, internal auditor, as well as many other financial positions. And, this election should be coming up pretty soon, and I would hope that you would vote for it. The other question I have is donations to the Pontiac School District's robotics team. Last week, we had the robotics team here, and they showed that there was a $35,000 deficit for the robotics team. I'd like to know who I should make my check out to and where it should go so that I can help do this, because I get a lot of solicitations for political donations, and robotics team seems like something that was good for us. And I'd like to, and I'm sure other citizens in Pontiac would love to donate to the robotics team. So if you could just, before the night's over, or give me a call, let me know, or send me a text, so that I can make sure that I start sending my $100 out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swayzer. Ms. Rosalind Northcross.
I'm Rosalind Northcross, and I live at 168 Astorwood. Last week, I attended the Planning Commission's meeting in which the city's planning department had recommended a special zoning exemption to allow a gas station at Franklin Road and South Boulevard. I want to thank all the residents who came out and spoke, and I want to thank the Planning Commission for seeing the wisdom of not locating a gas station which would have been bordered by a residential area on 3 sides, located at the intersection of 2 high-traffic, 2-lane roads in the heart of a neighborhood. Thank you, Planning Commission. The noise, now I want to talk about M1 for just a moment. The noise ordinance violation that was issued by code enforcement on April 13th, 2024, to M1 Concourse LLC has been postponed again. Initially, the hearing was to be held on May 6th for this ticket for violating the noise ordinance. Then it was postponed until this past Monday, June 10th. And now it's scheduled to be heard Monday, June 24th at 3:15 p.m. in Judge Walker's courtroom at the 50th District Court. It will also be on Zoom. I want to encourage the city and the Code Enforcement Department to stay the course and to continue to pursue M1, this ticket for noise violation. They're continuing, the noise is continuing in the neighborhood, and it seems like the only way we're going to get their attention and some relief is through litigation. So sometimes you have to do what you have to do to get what you need done. And so we're asking that you stay the course. There has been more than one ticket, and they're still fighting the first ticket. So encouraging residents to come out on June 24th, 3:15 to Judge Walker's courtroom. Also, it's going to be on Zoom. So we just need to stay on top of this, and hopefully the noise is going to lessen with the city staying the course and the residents staying the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Ms. Darlene Clark and Ms. Gloria Miller on deck.
Good afternoon again. I'm gonna do something a little different here, because I was brought up in an anal family. And if anybody know what the word anal means, very picky family. But let me address this first, because I know the mayor is gonna try to justify that he did put notices out about that planning meeting for that gas station. And he did. He put a sign out there, as he stated, 10 days prior on that lot to having that meeting. He's right. But what the part he did not tell you, or maybe he just forgot, is that the traffic was so troublesome going down Franklin Road, South Boulevard, that you didn't have time to look at a sign. They had so many vehicles and constructions going on that property that a sign was so irrelevant in looking at to even determine if there was a planning meeting or not. And if he expected the people to go online and look for that planning meeting about that gas station, he really, really don't know his people, because everybody don't go online on the website, especially when the city of Pontiac is on a downslope and the reputation that they have for the people. So let me put that very clear. Now, let me say this also. I'm going to give you a scenario when I say my family's anal. We're very clean people, which means we like things organized. And in the city of Pontiac, picture this. I mean, I know you guys live here and you haven't been through the area, but picture the roads closed at the same time. You drive through it. Picture the debris everywhere, grass. The attention you get, you can't see around the corner. Picture the streets is so bumpy that, oh my God, you hate to drive any kind of car, let alone a truck on the roads. Picture that you got the noise at M1 that's getting on your nerves where you can't get any rest. Picture the fact that you can't even get a hold of code enforcement, who all got new cars, to come and even look at a mere district to see what's going on. And they get paid pretty good to be riding up and down those cars to do report. But also picture you as a resident try to get a hold of a mayor that sometimes, hey, he got time for you and sometimes he don't. But then picture the complaint of the council people when the residents are trying to get a hold of them to even talk about something and they too tired or they don't have the time. So my parents is anal. In order to do a budget, to spend the money, you got to clean your house. You got to make sure your I's is crossed, your I's is dotted and your T's is crossed. You got to make sure the shirt is ironed. You got to make sure the dress you wear is clean. And you have a little deodorant on. Well, Pontiac doesn't have deodorant on. It does not have cleanliness. It doesn't have any kind of substance. But the saddest part about all of this, and I say this sincerely in front of your face and behind your face, from District 1 to District 7, it tells the kind of reputation that you represent for the city of Pontiac.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start first off on business first. And Council President McGinnis, this is your district. I know because I know my district. Emerson, Kenilworth, and Cameron, that grass is awesome. It's just terrible. First of all, when you get a chance, opportunity, I may be home, maybe you can tell me who owns that now. I know the gentleman that used to own it. I don't think he does because he never did it like this. The grass is so tall. These kids is going to get hurt in this grass. It's going to be a bad day one day on TV. And yes, I'm going to be the first one to come down and say, I told you so. Right down Featherstone, right before you get to Amazon. That's your district. Because when you get to Harrington Hills, that's my district. It's awful. The grass, I'm just sick of looking at it. Usually, I just turn my head. But I can't anymore because it's like, I'm not going to say what she said about Colonel. I just feel like that's just the way I live. And that's the way you want your city. And I think most people in the city of Pontiac want their street to look better. And this is absolutely bad. And it's right across the street from Amazon. I want to mention the Planning Commission. I wasn't there. I haven't been around a while. You know, there's some time in life God says, stand. He said, stand. He said, go home, stand. I've been doing my own thing, and I think all the people out there that call me and ask, I'm good. God is good to me. I'm enjoying my 3 grandkids, taking them places and just enjoying life, because life is too short. There's many people that started out with me in this room over 28 years ago are gone now. So I don't take nothing for granted, not a thing. But to go back to the planning meeting, see, I like to feel that people in Pontiac, they're the best. I know because I've been in almost all them homes for the most part. They're good people. They love the city. We might not agree on everything, but we love the city. And you know what? We may do each other wrong, but if you do us wrong, it's a whole different story. We may talk, but that's family. And one thing I learned since I've been here, everyone that did me wrong has to come back to me and say, I'm sorry, or I'm helping them now. That's how God works. Watch how you treat people because it's going to come back to you. And with that being said, the Planning Commission, yes, they tried to block. I watched it from home. I got a call from some people. They said, watch it. I was so proud of Pontiac. That's the Pontiac I used to know. It don't take a lot of people. It just takes some people. You can shut this city down, Pontiac, if y'all come down here and say something. Because guess what? They work for you. And the gentleman with the fireworks, I don't know where he's at, but hopefully he's looking at this at TV because I heard I'm a fan of his. I think it's just awesome. It's time for the young generation to take the city over. It's time to go to another level, and I think I am just so proud of him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes public comment, President McGinnis.
Thank you. I was on Featherstone today, and I saw that it has been reported previously. It looked like it was partially cut today, but it was weird. It kind of like went through part of it, but not all of it. I'm not currently sure about the ownership, but we'll try and look into both of those items. Thank you. All right, so per pro tem, that concludes public comment. We are now at subcommittee reports, the second meeting of every month. We want to give the community an update on the 7 subcommittees of the City Council. In alphabetical order, first up, Communications, Engagement, and Operations, led by Councilman Goodman.
Actually, if you don't mind coming back to me so I can pull up my notes.
As in you want me to pass?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. He passes. So it's Economic Development, Housing, and Planning. As the chair of that subcommittee, I want to give an update to the community on some of the items that have come before the Planning Commission in recent weeks. District 2 has 3 different large historic properties that are being restored, rehabilitated, repurposed, and all 3 of them will be discussed at their district meeting the last Monday of the month at Goldner Walsh at 7 p.m. But that includes the Seminole Apartments that's on Dwight Street and Mark and Liberty. That'll be coming. It went to the Planning Commission last month. It'll be coming to the City Council for consideration for multiple readings. We're not certain of that date yet, but I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Casa del Rey, that restoration of that historic apartment complex, you saw it come before City Council for the park or for the brownfield application approval, but also Planning Commission last month did a modification of the number of parking spaces they were required to have. And then the Webster Community Center, of course, that's come before City Council at various different iterations, but they will also be speaking at that District 2 meeting. Some of the decisions that were made at the Planning Commission, I want to make sure the community knows about it. Some of them are still pending, and so we want you to weigh in or attend if you're able or interested. So the former Rocket Burger on Baldwin at 1375 Baldwin, that private property owner's got a new owner, is applying for a car wash. So they came before the Planning Commission for their site plan review, and many residents were present for that. Contour Windows at 1590 North Perry, that's previously come before City Council, but they had their site plan review for their new facility that's next to Galloway Lake Estates neighborhood, but off of Perry. Huron Market, formerly known as Sue's Party Store at Huron and Mechanic, or Huron and Union, down the street from me. They've had their site plan review considered last month and this month. And so what was requested is that they want to add a commercial kitchen. And so that was approved. They want to have a Crunchies Chicken added to that location. There was a storage facility special exception and site plan review this month. It was postponed, so that'll come back at the July 10th Planning Commission meeting. That's at 108 West Lawrence. You may know it as the former Salvation Army store, right by the railroad tracks and the and West Lawrence. There was, as some members of the public spoke about, a special exception request before this month's Planning Commission for a gas station and convenience store on the vacant lot, the southwest corner of Franklin and South Boulevard. That's 382 Franklin Road. And that was, I believe, unanimously voted down for their special exception request for that automotive services facility. This was an informational item. It wasn't for a vote, but also this month, a car wash is proposed where there was a car wash on Auburn. At 684 Auburn, you might know it at Auburn and Russell. It's been empty for a minute. There's a new property owner. They would like to reopen the car wash. Right now it is very blue, so you might notice that. But so that was informational. It'll come before the Planning Commission in future months for a site plan review if the property owner proceeds. Also informational, it'll come back in July, but the former charter school, for a while it was Sarah Weber Media Arts, and I think right now, most recently it's closed, but I think it might have been called Oakland Arts and Technology, something like that. So on the North Woodward Loop at Cesar Chavez, so that charter school is closed. They are selling the property, and the entity that is purchasing that property is Honor Community Health. They would like to expand for a medical facility there at obviously a very prominent location. And so that will come before for a site plan review at next Planning Commission meeting. Obviously, if you watch City Council closely, you've noticed that there's been a few changes to the adult use marijuana zoning and medical marijuana regulations, including safeguards about caregivers. It was a loophole in the state jurisdiction, and the city wanted to make sure that that wasn't being exploited and not following through the constraints that the city had agreed to when it comes to medical and adult use marijuana. So wanted to make sure that you knew about those various planning updates from the Planning Commission. The subcommittee had their meeting in early this month. It's the first Monday of every month, so the next one is, I believe, July 1st. At 9 a.m. in the council conference room. We also looked very closely at the enforcement of grass violations to make sure that across all 7 districts that's a priority, and we heard figures that are very substantial on that front. And the City Council is very eager to find out about making sure that businesses are being fairly treated when it comes to requirements to get their business license in, be up to snuff with their certificate of occupancy, those things from the downtown and in other parts of the city. So that's a priority that City Council keeps inquiring on to make sure that the staff is handling that. And then finally, if you were watching City Council last week, you peeped this, but there is a new proposal for the potential sale of Purdue School that has a economic development and a housing component. Councilman Rutherford can speak to it, though, because it is a city facility and property. But there is a public hearing next week, so there'll be more details shared with the community, and you can weigh in a public hearing at next week's City Council meeting, same time and place as the regular meeting. So with that, do you have communications, engagement, and operations ready?
Yes, I do.
All right, you got the floor.
So there was not a whole lot to cover in the last meeting, given that the main concern and priority has been for communications being ready for the budget season. But there are some things to cover, many of which are announcements, for example. Music in the Parks, which some of you may have seen the flyer for. Those dates have been finalized, so please look through those to see what events are happening in your district and around the city. The upcoming newsletters from the city should begin being distributed. The next one's on around July 4th. As well as, again, some other events that are happening, like the Father's Day event that's happening on the 15th, the Juneteenth celebration that's also happening the same day. Some more discussion around some needed updates for Wi-Fi at the 50th District Courthouse, which is long overdue. Some estimates for cable for a couple of different services and updates that are needed for their job to make these meetings much easier to watch and much more just informational and enjoyable and just up to date and technologically up to date, more specifically. As well as there has been a large internal storage system upgrade that we've been able to store more of our media. So in addition to everything that we've been streaming and that we have on all of our different pages, also being able to keep more of that media stored. But currently, that is kind of where we sit. Again, it's been a relatively quiet month, and I will bring more things as they come back.
Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, Facilities and Property.
Good evening. We did not have a meeting. However, we do have some updates just to share with you. We do have a new DPW director named Mark Rasdale who will be starting next week, I believe. Secondly, we do have a potential buyer for Purdue, which is a partnership with the Pontiac Housing Commission. I look forward to discussing that with the leaders in District 1 as well as everyone else, so that you guys are aware of what we're trying to do with Purdue. They're potential buyers that are trying to do new housing in the Purdue site because we still own it. Last but certainly not least, we have updates about the HVAC system. We have repairs that are coming down the pipeline to repair the HVAC system in the 50th District Court, and we currently do not have, but we are actively pursuing a place for us to have our facilities and properties for DPW. We thought we were going to be able to get the one on Orchard Lake. That did not happen. So the administration, along with me, is on the committee, along with President McGinnis and President Pro Tem, are actually trying to pursue us having a location for our DPW, a permanent location. And those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance and Personnel, that's chaired by Councilman Nicholson. We had 3 budget special meetings in May, as well as the public hearing that took place at the end of May. The focus for Finance and Personnel in recent weeks has been the consideration and review of the budget, which we're continuing tonight and next week as part of the City Council. When it comes to human resources, there are multiple vacancies that the administration is striving to pursue, and City Council is eager to continue inquiring about the status of them. You heard Councilman Rutherford ask one question about Finance Director and that remaining vacancy that has been vacant for over 4 months. The Grants and Philanthropy Director, City Council is looking for some concrete response on that, as well as whether it will be a firm or individuals for the ARPA position in terms of management and coordination of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Per the City Council's request and per their interest in doing it, administration gave a rundown of that sort of status update with American Rescue Plan Act funds. City Council has requested one to follow up in the near future once this budget dust is settled, so that way we can keep proactively knowing where the progress is at that. So with that, we're at Law in the Courts. Councilman Parker has stepped away. He leads that subcommittee. Is there anything from anyone that serves on the Law in the Courts they want to flag in terms of their most recent meeting or when the next meeting is? Okay. All right. Parks, Recreation, Public Works, Councilwoman James.
Yes, we also did not have a meeting since our last report, but I do have a few updates. First, that on June 14th, the RFP will go out for hiring a construction contractor for the Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park. So we are in the process of hiring a construction manager. As you know, the designs are done. And so we are in the process now of hiring the construction manager so that we can actually get started on the renovation of that park. Also, the McCarroll School demolition, we have received notification that the utilities have all been cut off and that the school will, all of the utilities have been disconnected. And by next week, they will have the school completely fenced off and they will begin the interior remediation. So we are moving ahead with the demolition of McCarroll School. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Since you brought up Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park, I want to flag for the mayor and deputy mayor that there's an abandoned vehicle under the pavilion at Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park as of this morning. So I don't know how I got there or what the deal is, but that's a high priority tag team between Parks, Recreation, Public Works, and Public Safety on the Sheriff Department. Pro Tem Carrington for Public Safety, Health, and Wellness.
Yes, thank you. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness meeting actually is coming up this Thursday at 4 p.m. in the legislature session area. Just some quick updates. Today, we did have a Zoom meeting concerning reviewing the resumes for the candidates that are applying for the ceasefire positions here in the city of Pontiac. So hopefully we're able to get that jump-started in the coming months. And again, please come out on Thursday. That's when your public safety meeting is, and we have different department heads that will be at that particular meeting. So thank you.
Okay, that concludes subcommittee reports. We have one discussion. Really want to give the community a heads up. Councilman Goodman shared that the city's Concert in the Park series has been rolled out. So Music in the Parks, this is what the flyer looks like. But on your agenda, it spells out the dates, times, and locations. I'm pleased that the concert series truly hits all 7 districts. So it's all in city parks, and they are all in each. There's 7 concerts, and they are each in the 7 districts. The first is June 20th. That's a Thursday at 7 p.m. Quincy Stewart and Bruce Cobb are playing at Galloway Lake Park. So Jazz on the Lake at Galloway Lake Park. And there's one every week or every few weeks. So it's an impressive spread from June 20th to September 5th. Is there any discussion on that further? I want to make sure the community is aware of it. Before that, there is the Juneteenth celebration. Later in the evening, we'll reiterate that, but that was part of a presentation and reminders at the last few city council meetings, but that's this coming Saturday, June 15th. All right, we continue with number 13. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for approval of the proposed 2024-2025 master fee schedule? Is there a second?
A support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Council Pro Tem Carrington. So the resolution adopts what the fees are each year. It looks at what the different fees are for different services or items that the city provides. So want to go through very briefly. It's in the packet. So with the resolution number 13. So in the city clerk's office, for a copy of voter files, there's an email option for the citywide voter list, $270 per voting district, email $40 per precinct, email option $15. If you, per name, 2 cents for Xerox copies, per page is $1. FOIA fees for the clerk's office is set by state law. So the clerk's website outlines it, but that state of Michigan sets FOIA fees. For marijuana applications, medical marijuana facility permit application is $5,000. Adult use marijuana facility permit application is $5,000. Notary service, city resident, $5 per page. Non-resident, $10 per page. Xerox copies, $1 per page. For the income tax department and insufficient funds is $35 per NSF item. Any questions or changes sought for those 2 departments? Okay, community development. On the building division, for the sake of time, I'll stop reading out all of them, but for example, building permits, there's a permit application fee, minimum building permit, estimated cost of construction, plan review, minimum plan review fee, special inspections, special building fees, contracted services, no permit penalty, demolition permit, hearing officer costs, Board of Appeals costs, construction Board of Appeals, reoccupancy inspection, certificate of occupancy, sign permit, electrical permits, just keeps going. Standby power and generator temporary, standby power and generator 3-phase, 1-phase, permanent service for 3-phase, electrical furnaces and heating units, welders and generators, feeders and sub-feeders, transformers, motors, mobile home electrical hookup, sign installation and inspection before installation, fixtures such as smoke detectors, power outlets, light fixtures, mechanical permits, heating, gas piping, space heating and cooling, comfort cooling, commercial clothes dryer for installation or replacement. And it goes on. Just want to give you a snapshot of what some of these fees are. It's a continuation of last year's fee schedule with some minor changes. But so then it goes to code enforcement for administration fees, transient housing, temporary license for Christmas tree sales, fireworks sales, peddler solicitor license, business registration, rental registration, economic development division fees, including applying for the Brownfield TIF, the pilot's application. Planning and zoning goes through general planning commission, the cost to get on the planning commission's review, administrative review fees, zoning board of appeals, historic district commission. Any questions about community development department and their fees? Okay, DPW department, that's under where special event fees fall, right-of-way permits. They have the engineering division, construction engineering drawing review, project review, plot plan review. Any questions on DPW or engineering? Parks Department. So there's fees for the youth enrichment, pricing for non-Pontiac residents only. So it is no charge for the programs for Pontiac residents. But for youth enrichment, that includes chess, cooking, baking, etiquette, sewing, entrepreneurship, photography, jewelry making, CPR classes, mentoring for boys and girls, ice carving, stress class. That's the non-Pontiac residents' fees are being set. Youth sports, again, for non-Pontiac residents only. Girls basketball elementary, boys basketball league, biddy basketball, indoor tennis, martial arts, esports, tumbling, beginning gymnastics, cheer camp, bowling, baseball, tennis, golf, kickboxing. Adult sports, so kickball, men's softball, co-ed softball. In the same area, though, is the rental for the facilities of shelters and pavilions, rental of athletic fields, senior centers, event licenses, Dream Cruise spectator parking, and Dream Cruise lots, and city special events. Any requests or further concerns when it comes to parks and recreation and their fees? Finally, Treasury Department, invoice cloud user fees and other fees, so credit card usage fee, 3% surcharge or a minimum of $2, whichever is greater, dog license service charge fee, duplicate tax bill fee, and NSF fee, same as the Income Tax Administration. So those are all the fees, annual fees of the city of Pontiac that are being proposed to be set. Are there any discussion or amendments?
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
What is the fee for when we want to have special events at the park?
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why I'm asking this.
Okay.
I don't want what happened last year to happen this year, meaning I don't want to be in the news for a park event. I don't want the administration in the news for a park event. So I just want it to be fair and feasible for people like me who are on a fixed income, who have several events that's coming up in my district, and I don't want to go to jail for having an event without paying for the permit.
What does that even mean?
I'm just being extra. But I'm saying it because I'm trying to make them feel sad. What is the fee schedule for the parks? That's my first question.
Okay, so under
event license,
Parks Department, Parks and Recreation, there is facility rentals, field rentals, senior center rentals, event licenses. And so under event licenses, there's major temporary use, minor temporary use, annual mobile food location temporary use, community event administrative fee, peaceful assembly administrative fee, parade license administrative fee, and Hidden River Entertainment Plaza use license per day. So those are what the different event licenses are. Major is $500, minor $150, annual mobile food location temporary use $150, community event administrative fee $100, peaceful assembly administrative fee $100, parade license, and this is non-refundable, $400, Hidden River Entertainment Plaza in the downtown per day $300. So to mayor and deputy mayor, who is able to delineate and give distinction what qualifies as a major, minor, and then community event? I think we can understand that peaceful assembly is probably like protest. Parade's a parade. Hidden River's Hidden River. Mobile food is mobile food. But what's major, minor, and community event? For the community's benefit and council's benefit, what distinguishes the three?
So this all relates to an ordinance that was passed that did not set the fee. So I want to be clear about the ordinance that was passed a few months back. But that ordinance did define both major events and minor events. And that ordinance identifies major events as an event that has one of several characteristics. It's either an event with more than 200 people, it's an event with, I think, a stage and loudspeakers, or it's an event with more than 2 food trucks, or it's an event that serves alcohol. It needs to have one or more of those characteristics to be categorized as a major event. My recollection a year ago is that the major, and you may have a better recollection than me, Deputy Mayor, but my recollection is that the The major holdup on the event a year ago was actually not the fee, it was actually the insurance, as I recall. But I might be wrong about that, so correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Mayor.
That ultimately was the major holdup.
Okay, so I'm going to keep asking you, Mayor. So that's what you determine major. What's minor?
A minor event is any other event that's not a major event that is exclusive use of space. So if there's an event that is trying to reserve space, in this case in a park, it is, and it's a minor event, is my understanding. Is that essentially it? Now, we're not talking about, 4 family members on a blanket having a picnic, but any organized event that is generally open to the public where they're reserving space in the park.
And what qualifies as a community event?
I don't know the answer.
So obviously the city is aiming to set this fee to cover the personnel, time, and effort that goes into processing that, right? So the complex events, your assessment is that the more complex it is, the more time it takes for staff to process, approve, and then manage it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
What about sheriff overtime? That doesn't impact, this fee doesn't provide any guarantee to that, does it?
It does not. If in fact there is a need for a police presence throughout the event, then that could be an additional charge. But generally, these events would not require that. Now, a parade would probably. Not all parades do, incidentally, but if some parades do, if there needs to be a major intersection blocked by the police, for example. So there could be circumstances where there would be additional charges for police overtime, but the vast majority of events do not require that. Juneteenth, for example, may require some. The holiday extravaganza requires some because Woodward is blocked. So it really depends on the specific event.
So major, you're saying 200 or more people and one of the 7 or so, but is just 200 people or more alone enough to trigger?
It is. So it's an or for each of those categories.
Okay. And you're not immediately clear on what would be a community event that requires a fee. Are these all in public places? These are in a park or in a city footprint?
That's right. So if someone is having a backyard barbecue and there are 250 people there, that does not require an event license.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Rutherford.
So my issue is the price, and I'm going to explain to you why. So we do an annual event. This will be the second year, the Peace Rally in August. So we have to pay $500 to who when we do the cleanup, because we did the cleanup last year. So what are we paying for? There is no, and I'm talking about that Rotary Park, there's no bathrooms that's at the park. So what are we paying the $500 for when I know it's going to be, well, the projection is going to be 1,000 people there? What is my $500 get me? Because the grass, we cut it before, we did it last year. What am I paying the $500 for? And then the follow-up for that is this. At Hidden River Park, just so that it's all in the same contents, we paying for a stage, $300 that has no electricity. There's no way to have electricity. So what we paying for is a platform to perform on. What are we paying for? Because we also don't handle the cleaning of downtown. That is handled through CEO. So, and the city, as of today, has not given CEO any money. So what we paying for? That's my question.
Anyone next on the speakers list? Okay, so Councilwoman Rutherford, would you like to propose a reduction of the major temporary use administrative fee?
Absolutely.
Would you want to go from 500 to 300?
I would say 300 from that, and I would make for the Hidden River from, 300
Right.
to 150.
Okay, so Councilwoman Rutherford moves to amend the fee schedule to change the major temporary use from $500 to $300, and the Hidden River Entertainment Plaza use license per day from 300 to 150. Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you.
So it's now up for further discussion and a vote. We're down to 4 members, just for the record. So any further discussion on the motion to amend the fee schedule to go from 500 to 300 for major and from 300 to 150 for Hidden River, that space use per day, which doesn't happen too often. I hope it does get more use.
It's day parties that's coming down there. That's what I'm worried about because I know about it. But the reason why, point of information is this. Everybody, the Anaya annual event, they can't afford 500. So that means the Leah's event now has to pay 500. That means that people that, I mean, like, we're not being fair. This is not being conducive. So you telling people.
Well, I mean, I can't say definitively they may have already had to because I don't know.
They didn't.
So that means the city council voted on an ordinance and didn't set the fee at that time. So the ordinance was there, but no fee amount was set. Is that right, Councilwoman James? Any further insight?
Yeah, that's my question is, President McGinnis, these fees are in the actual ordinance that was approved. And so in order for us to change them here, we would have to change the ordinance is what I'm thinking. Aren't these fees already in the planning documents?
I don't believe so, no. In fact, I think that's one of the things we specifically discussed was that if there were concern about the fees, that the annual fee schedule would be the opportunity to modify that. I think the ordinance really just sets out to define some of the processes and the definition of a major event versus a minor event. I don't think the actual amount of the fee was embedded in that ordinance.
I concur. It was discussed. There was a prospect that it was, considered, but it ultimately did not get included.
And just so that.
Anything further, Councilwoman?
No.
Okay, Councilwoman Murphy.
I'm thinking about the neighborhood events because we're the ones that's going to get hit with those bills because everybody can't afford that. The basketball tournament, $500 automatically when you know they're not making any money off this for real. I don't think you guys are looking at what it affects the community, and that's my thing. Because as soon as the Anaya thing don't happen, I'm going to blame. I'm going to say, well, I tried, and this is what happened. And I just think we need to be more flexible with those two fees because I can only talk to the events that I have been a part of, and they've been cleaned up. Delia cleans up her event. We can't, this ain't fair because ain't no bathrooms that y'all making them pay for. Yeah, there's no bathrooms there. What are they paying for? What are we paying for? I really want to know.
Thank you. I want to make sure I also point out that there's a section in the fees for shelters and pavilions, facility rental for resident and for non-resident. And I don't, even though it says resident and non-resident, I think it's applicable. But so I'm going to ask the administration or perhaps Parks, Recreation, and Public Works subcommittee chair knows. But so for, okay, so R and not R. So if you're a Pontiac resident, if you use a facility, shelter, pavilion for less than 4 hours, it's $35. If you're a non-resident, it goes up to $45. For a half day, $50, or a non-resident, $60. For a full day, for a resident, it's $80, or a non-resident, $100. So that, I imagine, is pavilions in the parks.
In the parks.
I'm not sure of what shelters, I don't think there's any facilities, but then we have Comfort Station, Bodette Park only, $100 for weekdays and $150 for weekends. So there is a further fee for the Comfort Station at Bodette Park, at least, because
But
that's the one.
That would be.
Yep, you have the floor.
That would be optional if the event person wanted to have those bathrooms open. If they wanted to pay that fee, they could. It's not required though in the rental.
And then I just want to flag, there is a specific cost for porta-johns. So if you wanted to hire, if you wanted to order porta-johns through the city, at a city,
How much is it?
it's $230. Let me make sure I've got that right.
President.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay, because y'all playing.
Who's y'all?
Not you. They're playing.
Okay, so their motion before us right now is to take the temporary major event from 500 down to 300 and the Hidden River day use from 300 to 150. Any further discussion about that motion to amend the fee schedule? Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, Pro Tem.
Just one quick question concerning the fees. Exactly what are we using the fees for? Because I'm assuming that these things have to be self-generating income, so offset some of the fees that we have for managing our park. So,
Well, that's exactly what they're for, to offset the administrative cost of managing, processing the paperwork, going out there, making sure everything's being conducted as the organizers say it's going to be organized and conducted and laid out as. So it's to defray all of those costs.
Well, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We do not clean the Hidden River Park. It is cleaned by CEO. I have never seen anyone cleaning that park. So what are we paying? My problem is that this is what's going to happen. We're going to say, no, we want to charge all these fees. We're going to get the blowback of it. I know people don't believe that, but I'm going to be very vocal about what happens, because we are not being fair to our residents who are already on a shoestring budget, trying to have events that commemorate when people pass, trying to have events that commemorate when we're doing stuff in community fairs. We are not being fair. We're not being fair, and I can't believe y'all. We're not being fair.
Deputy Mayor.
So we do have the Parks Director here, specifically for the Hidden River Entertainment Plaza use license per day. What I would like to point out there is that unlike all of the other parks, that is a much smaller, more confined space. And with all of the other parks, the idea is that you can reserve a specific portion of the park. So maybe just the football field or the baseball field. Or you can say, I would like to reserve the pavilion area. But the park is still open to the rest of the public. For the Hidden River, if you were to get that license for the day, your organization is able to say, this is what is happening in the entirety of the park. So you are no longer, the park is not just open to the public.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, so the motion before us is the temporary major. Does he want the floor?
No, I'm just here, just in case.
Okay. The motion to amend is to change from 500 to 300 for that one fee for the major temporary use, and then the Hidden River fee from 300 to 150. Any final discussion? Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on that amendment to those specific fees.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
No.
James.
Yes.
3 yeas, 1 nay.
That amendment fails, I think.
No, we don't. It fails? I'm asking him, not you. Does it fail?
Calm down, calm down. No need for interaction from the audience. So Clerk Doyle, you have the floor.
You're making a motion, so motions just simply cause a simple majority of people in essence presence. If you're doing the actual resolution, then it requires, or an ordinance, it requires 4 votes.
So therefore, it fails.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does the city attorney concur? Oh, well, Councilman Goodman decided to come back, so that makes another person.
We voting to change the fees because people can't afford it. That's not outrageous.
He heard it in the back. We don't need to reiterate. So without objection, I would like Councilman Goodman to also weigh in with his vote on the motion to amend the fees from 500 to 300 and 300 to 150 for major temporary use or Hidden River Plaza, respectively. What is your vote, yes or no?
And the vote is to reduce the amount, correct?
To reduce it.
Yes.
He votes yes. Okay, so I wanted to make it neat and tidy so we didn't have some ambiguous amount and a balance. So that's 4-1 in favor of the amendment. So we're now back to the resolution adopting the fee schedule as amended. So those two have been changed. Are there other changes or further discussion that council members wish to consider. Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
Yeah, on the park stuff, I don't see deposit for the $100. I see the covered station. Where were we? I don't see the $100 deposit that's refundable on here.
Parks and Recreation Director Price, do you want to speak to how's the department handle the fees when it comes to deposits?
Deposit has been maintained the same as been previous. With the rentals we've had residents and whoever else coming in paying a $100 deposit and getting refunded for it.
Okay, I see security deposit under senior center rentals, but I don't see it under the shelters and the pavilions.
We had to put it on the senior one is different, so we have to add that one to the shelters and pavilions.
Okay, Councilwoman James, do you move to amend the fee schedule to under shelters and pavilions, add security deposits, fee refundable $100? Were you hoping to add that to show consistency?
Yeah.
We had to pay, you have to pay, when you rent a pavilion, you have to pay the $135. You have to pay the $35 plus the $100 deposit. So that's what I'm saying. I don't see that deposit in here under the shelters and pavilions.
I clearly understand what you're saying.
So is that something we left
understand
out,
what you're saying.
or
Yeah.
did we delete the deposit?
It may just didn't make it on there, but I understand exactly what you're saying. We will get that. You can amend to add that $100 deposit on there.
Yeah, the deposit is refundable, but it is charged.
Is that also the case for sanitation, or is that only for senior centers where there's
Only senior centers.
Only senior centers. Okay. So security deposit fee refundable $100. Councilwoman James, do you wish to amend that fee schedule to add that under facility rentals?
Yes, it needs to be added.
Is that true for field rental as well?
Unless they want to cancel it. If they want to cancel it, that would be fine. It's up to administration.
Oh, Chair, there's a lot I want to cancel. You don't want to go there. No.
Mayor Graham, you have the floor.
Yeah, we would support any of that. We think it's an important safeguard to make sure that the field or the park space or whatever it is left in good condition afterwards.
Okay. So I move to add the addition of the $100 refundable deposit.
Security deposit fee refundable under facility rentals for shelters and pavilions.
Yes.
For parks and recreation. That's the current practice, although it's not identified, so it's just making the practice line up with what's authorized.
Yes.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilman Rutherford.
I said support.
I gotcha. Let's take a breath here. We're just setting fees. We're having a great time. So that motion is now before us, adding that refundable security deposit fee to that category as well. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay, I just want to make sure we make it plain for the people at home. It means if we vote on this, if you rent the pavilion, so let's say you rent the pavilion at Rotary Park, which ain't nothing but we high and we small, you got to pay $135.
That's what you've been paying.
Okay, no, just need clarity.
I'm just giving you clarity. That's what you've been paying.
All right, I have it, but keep going.
But the people have.
Okay.
Order in the chambers.
So now I already know. Go ahead,
and
keep
that
going.
100 of the 135
We're not going to do that.
is refundable.
No, it wasn't me.
Order in the chambers. Is the $100 fee refundable, and what qualifies as refundable? Please, administration, share with me what is the threshold that makes it refundable or not refundable. Mayor.
Whether or not the park or space that was rented is left in like condition to the time before it was rented.
Are most of those refundable fees in fact refunded? Is that the common practice?
The vast majority.
All right, so do council members wish to be recognized to offer further discussion on the amendment before us? Councilman Rutherford.
I like clarity because everybody don't get bells and whistles. So when I ask a question, that's why I'm asking. If and when I'm being combative, I'll say I'm being combative.
You can direct your
comments
to the
I'm directing it
chair.
to you. If and when I am being combative, I will say I'm being combative. I'm asking because the average individual is not going to understand why they have all these fees when it has not been implemented in the past. It might have been on paper, but it wasn't implemented. That's why I'm asking the questions. It is not to be combative. It is so that the average citizen who does not understand the fees that we have in place understand why it's in place. That's the purpose.
And I love you for that.
And you're welcome.
So let's say there is a minor temporary use, and that's $150. Does that give me access to a shelter pavilion, or would that $35 and the refundable fee be on top of that, or how does that get spelled out? Director Price, you have the floor.
So I'm going to answer that question, but I'm going to go ahead and give a little brief history, too, from what it was shared to me. So in the past, DPW handled all reservations and with pavilions. So in the past, what has happened, resident comes in, they get a sheet, they go down to the clerk treasurer's office, they pay it, they bring that sheet back with a number, it gets reserved in the book in terms of that rental. They pay, it was like $35, and what we try to do is provide parameters. So what is the whole day? Is that an 8-hour day? Is that a 10-hour day? What is the entire day? So after that, after it was cleared and everything, the $100 will always go back, be mailed out in the form of a check. It's going to depend. We have a resident and non-resident rate on there. What does that mean? So the taxpayer and citizens of Pontiac should always have the most affordable rate. What has happened in the brief time I've been here, we've had outside residents who does not live in Pontiac be able to come down to Pontiac, reserve parks for the exact same price and the exact same fees without paying city taxes. That is not fair. That is not common practice in any other city. So for an example, if my son wants to participate in a Pontiac program, regardless of the fact that I work for the city, I do not live in the city, thus I pay a non-resident fee for my son to participate in a Pontiac program.
And for a major or minor temporary use fee, does that also come with a shelter pavilion access, or is that an add-on? Just like Comfort Station in Bodette would be an add-on. I want to have the city order porta-johns, that's an add-on. Is a shelter pavilion, just so everyone's aware of this?
So major and minor, off the top of my head, I want to make sure that's actually in our realm, because a few of the things that you talked about, these applications go to Mark Yandrix, who's our planner, city planner, who handles those bigger, minor, and large events. So he dictates and decides those things. We just handle straight reservation of a particular park.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor?
So yes, that would be an add-on. As was discussed earlier, the fees for the major and minor events are for the administration of going through all of the paperwork, having all of the different departments that have to touch it and say yes or no, you are in compliance. So for example, when you are having the major events, if you're going to be having food trucks, at some point you're going to have the building department come down and actually inspect the different trucks because of how many you have there. You're going to have the planning department look at the layout to make sure that your items are sufficiently spread far enough from each other that there's not a trip hazard, that there's not fire hazards. That is what that cost is for.
Thank you. Councilman James?
Yeah, I think we probably need to get a clarification on that, because it's a good question whether or not the fees that we charge for the pavilion, which are, as the director says, come under parks, would apply to people who are using a park for a major event, whether major or minor. Would that automatically include the use of the shelter? Because I don't think that's clarified in your planning ordinance, so that might be something you would want to clarify, because I really don't think that that's excluded automatically. I think when you book a park for a major event, in my experience, it would include the use of that shelter, but we need to check that. I'm almost positive it is not clarified in the planning document.
And so we have to have a fee schedule, period. We can, throughout the year, revisit and amend the fee schedule, especially after further research review and practical experience, see how it works. So we'll want to not necessarily not pursue a fee schedule because we may want to further consider changes in the future. And obviously, Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, if the subcommittee is finding that we're out of sync with what other communities are doing, obviously, these fees are often set based on internal costs, but we also want to make sure that it's competitive for our residents, that we're in the right ballpark, pun intended. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay, I just want to ask this question to the administration so that I have a better sense of how this was put together. Are you realizing that some of these fees, let's say I just bought a house, and you're charging $250 for new plumbing and stuff. But let's say I'm on a fixed income, or I'm a senior who buys a house that's on a fixed income. How are we accommodating the income base with our people? Now, I know we're doing this so that outside people can pay more, but how are we making it? Is there a way where we can reduce the fees for our community members? Because some people simply can't afford $250 or $500 or $700, or like if you have a zone. I'm going through this, and I want to understand what was the question is this: who, when you guys put this together, what community feedback did you get? 1, 2. If there was none, can we postpone this for 2 weeks so that we could really ask, can the average citizen afford these things? Because you can't say we want, and this is why I'm saying this so that I'm clear, you can't say we want people to come here and do events, or we want people to come build new property, we want people to come do new housing if it's not conducive to them being successful at it. Some of these fees, I'm sorry, are just, they're too high for me. And I just want to know, what was the basis? Did you get any community input at all on this, or did y'all just come up and say, we just going to charge everything? So I yield to the administration, because I really want clarity, and I'm not being smart. I really want to know how y'all did this.
Yeah, I think I can allow the deputy mayor to talk in greater detail about the process for changes to the fee schedule. I would just note that most of these fees have not changed. We're not proposing for them to change. And I can't speak to what practice was before all of us were in office, but at least for the past 2 years, we, for the most part, have been enforcing the fee schedule. So it's the case that any events in the past couple of years that we know of, we have tried to ensure that they follow the fee schedule, that they reserve space, et cetera. So I do want to be clear about that. We don't have very many major events, for example, that actually meet that threshold, because to meet that threshold is a pretty unusual event. In terms of the reserving of the space in the parks or with the pavilion, again, there has to be some administrative staff time specific to that. For example, we normally go out and we photograph the space before they go out and hold the event. Then we go back out and inspect it after the case. So those are some of the examples. It's not that we clean up, because it's the organizers who are charged with cleaning it up. That's what the security deposit is for, to make sure they do that, or if they don't do that, we have a security deposit that can be used for the cleanup. But the idea is that we're spending time processing applications, checking out their layout, where the food truck's going to be in the case of those kinds of events, making sure that it's properly cleaned up after the event. So Pontiac residents are paying one way or the other, because they're paying through their taxes for that administrative staff time, or it's those who are specifically organizing and benefiting from the event who are helping defray some of that cost through the fees. So it's not really a question of whether Pontiac residents are paying or not. It's really about trying to make sure that those who are actually organizing the event, and in many instances are charging vendors to be at that event, are actually helping defray that cost, so that those organizing the event or those benefiting from the event actually bear a proportional amount of the cost. So that's the general philosophy behind it. But I'll allow the deputy mayor to speak to the actual process of any revisions made to the fee schedule this year versus past years, and how that input was solicited.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman, I think the mayor did a phenomenal job of specifically answering the question targeted towards the park space rental. In your question, you alluded to the beginning of the fee schedule under the Community Development Department, specifically under the Building Division. So I want to give you some information about the state of Michigan. In the state of Michigan, your building department is supposed to be run as an enterprise fund. So an enterprise fund is supposed to be set up such that the fees that the fund charges are sufficient to pay for all of the cost of running that fund. So all of your building inspectors, all of your code enforcement officers, all of your plan reviewers, the planning staff, the fees that they charge should be sufficient to pay for them and their services, their vehicles, their proportion of overhead, all of that. So that is how those numbers are arrived at. What is the actual cost of doing the job? And then you do your best to say, okay, how am I going to spread this across all of the times that I'm going to have to do this job? And that is how you get these different numbers in the fee schedule. For example, a plan review is estimated cost of construction. And so then based on the cost of construction, there is a dollar amount that you pay for per square footage between here and here, and then between here and here. And that is how those fees are arrived at. It is to disperse the cost of doing that job across all the times that we're going to do that job in the course of a year.
Thank you for your clarity. I appreciate it.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
I have not on that topic, but on the senior center rental, I noticed that the repass weekdays has gone up from $35 an hour to $50 an hour. Can you explain why that was increased?
Well, if you think back when we did we had discussion of our budget, there was discussion why our overtime was so high. We had a huge increase in rentals during the week for repasses. And it's usually those repasses being held after our center hours when we're normally closed. Mm-hmm. So to accommodate that, to account for that extra overhead that we are being spent on staffing to be there, mm-hmm. we had to go up on that particular price.
Well, the price during the weekday before 6 o'clock, all of your prices have gone up. Mm-hmm. And the problem is that the average citizen, and we're a low-income community, we already added the non-refundable sanitation fee because we didn't used to charge that. We've added that. And so in order for a person to book now the senior center for a repass, they're pretty much going to need $350 in cash, deposited before they can do that. So to me, that's kind of, a kind of excessive, because to me, we're covered in the fact that we've got a sanitation fee and a security deposit. We're already asking them for $200 up front. And to increase the rental itself from 35 to 50, which if you're the average repass is 3 hours, so you're looking at 150, and you're looking at $350 to be able to rent the senior center. I really think with the non-refundable fee that's covering our costs for sanitation, for people having to clean up, but during the day, that shouldn't be a problem, if it's before closing time.
The deputy mayor had his hand up, and I will respond back to you.
Okay, I just think that we're really at the point where, because the city has so very few places where residents can do any kind of an event. We have no community centers, which most communities around us have places where community people can rent a room or something for a birthday party or retirement party. We have nothing to offer our residents except for these 2 community centers, which are not actually the most, beautiful and attractive spaces either. So I really think the cost that we had we had it priced, I think, very fairly. But now it seems to me to be going really, really high, $350. And I know if you go to rent a private place, you're going to pay a lot more. But we're not talking private. We're talking about a community space. So,
Deputy Mayor.
So again, thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. The answer, unfortunately, is that we are honestly trying to just keep up with the cost to actually provide the service. We did go through a wage study, and wages were increased. Electricity charges are increased, and the senior centers and the senior center staff is paid for out of a dedicated millage for senior activities. So we are just doing our best to make sure that when we have activities that are not directly related to seniors, that we are defraying that cost as close to 100% as possible.
You stated that you wanted the deputy mayor to speak first.
My
so I
apologies, sir.
allowed that.
My
If you
apologies.
don't want to answer, the next on the speakers list is Pro Tem Carrington.
Okay.
Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, I want to suggest that we table this so we can do some research because, you know, we do have budget hearing tonight, and this right here is going back and forth. And we also have to have some gut check if we want to make sure that I understand some of the charges, and I feel that we should support some of the reductions. But if we're going to go down this whole sheet line by line talking about let's reduce this, then we need to have another meeting just for this. We have so much on the table tonight to go line by line with these fees.
I make a
order.
Okay, my hand was up.
So I'd like to make a suggestion that we postpone until the council is ready to make some true decisions on this particular item.
I have to respectfully disagree because the fee schedule is part of the budget. I was trying to give the council the flexibility to handle this in isolation because it's a unique part of it, but we have to have it put to bed so that way next week when we pass the budget, it's part of the clean budget. So that's why it's a standalone and it will then be incorporated into the overall budget. So obviously throughout the year we can change and maybe want to change them early. The Economic Development, Housing, and Planning can look at some of the building ones. Right now, I was just trying to research some of our neighboring communities on what they charge for a plumbing permit or electrical permit, et cetera. But we've got the fees right now. Right now, a lot of them are at this. This allows us to get the budget to bed, and then we can revisit them, some earlier than others if we want to.
Well, follow-up is that I'm glad you stated that. Then we do have a right to amend once we get this approved and move forward, right? So but I do think that we need to do some more research before we start delving into reducing everything.
You have next on the speaker.
Well, I speak from the poll man perspective, and I agree that we need to make sure this passes because we got to do that. I also just want us to be mindful that just because we change these fees or haven't changed these fees don't mean everybody's budget has changed. And some people are making life choices to repair their homes. And what I mean by that is $250 may not bother some of y'all because y'all might make $650. But $250 is a light and a gas bill to people I know. $250 pays a water bill. So I'm bringing it up so I want to just be clear what the context of why I'm saying this. Everybody don't make six figures. Some of us barely making 5. So let's get it to bed today, but rest assured that in the coming weeks, I personally am going to be asking for certain things to be amended because this, everything in the milk don't smell right. That's it.
Are there any other amendments to the fee schedule?
So, Mr. President, you
did I never vote on that last one?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a discussion on a lot of things, but the motion that was before us was adding the non-refundable security deposit for the shelters and pavilions. Excuse me, the $100 non-refundable security deposit. Again, Clerk Doyle, that's the motion before us.
Yep, add a security deposit refundable.
I'm sorry, refundable.
Refundable.
Has it been
$100.
moved and supported?
It was already moved and supported, I believe. You show a second?
I do.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we amend the fee schedule to add the refundable $100 deposit fee for shelters and pavilions. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on that motion to amend.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The fee schedule is amended accordingly. Is there any other proposed amendments or discussion?
Point of information?
Yes, ma'am.
We still be able, I just want to make sure, put it on the record, that we can amend this in the coming week, some of the things we got a problem with.
The fee schedule can be amended throughout the year.
Thank you for
Throughout
putting it on the
year.
record.
Yes.
That's it.
Each budget season, we always revisit it. So
Okay.
it's something built in, but it is not the only limit, just like we can do budget amendments through the year, too.
Thank you for being clear.
Yes. Any further discussion? Any further changes to consider for the fee schedule? Okay. And I welcome all the subcommittees of the City Council for their respective areas where it might delve into that. I welcome that research review and feedback so that we can consider future changes. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle. We did the amendment. There's been no further amendments. Speakers list exhausted. It's the adoption of the resolution approving the fee schedule as amended. Clerk Doyle, roll call.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. I believe one council member may need a lozenge. We are next on, that was number 13, lucky number 13. We're now at number 14 on the agenda. Is there a motion for adoption of the City of Pontiac 2024-2025 Appropriations Act ordinance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman James. It's for the fiscal year budget. Tonight is where we want to actively consider any changes or get any further discussion, make sure we have consensus, because all of the changes we make tonight, the votes, majority rules, that will be reflected in a clean copy for a final reading at next week's regular City Council meeting. So that way we meet the state mandated submission deadline for an annual city budget. As with anything else, this can be changed throughout the year as further research review needs, grant funding, changes in the revenues of the city. We want to make sure that we're actively on that throughout the year, but to make sure we get in compliance with the state and don't trigger all sorts of alarm bells and headaches and, emergency financial managers and all that kind of thing. We want to make sure the budget is in place prior to the cutoff in the next few weeks. So we have before us, it's been moved and seconded, the Appropriations Act ordinance. It sets, obviously, by department the different amounts. The City Council has received the mayor's proposed budget, reviewed it department by department, and so as promised, I had collected from City Council members their interested changes. Doesn't mean that we will make these changes or they won't, but we're going to consider them respectively and go from there. And I've done it in the order of what the GLs that they come in, and we're going to do them change by change. Yes, ma'am.
Point of information. President, I know that you're, I just became aware of this. There's a position that they removed, and I'm just trying to get clarity as to why it was removed, because I wanted to add it back on there. I just don't understand the purpose of it, and I'm just waiting on you to, I don't know if Councilwoman James talked to you about it. Oh, she did? Oh, y'all added?
She shared it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
We're going to, again, go item by item, including these items.
Because that's important to me. I can't.
And then we can field other items from the floor
Praise
as
the
well.
Lord.
It is the
For whom all
council's
blessings
prerogative.
flow.
All right, so the motion, it's now before us, the consideration of the budget. So now we're going to go in initial order, doesn't mean it's the only opportunity, but initial order of potential changes. Based on departments and general ledgers, City Council comes first, not that these are the most important changes. But based on recent use of the postage line item, there's the potential benefit of taking the city council's postage line item, decreasing it from $5,000 to $1,000. Is anyone interested in making that motion?
I make the motion.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. And of course, throughout the year, if a need arises, we can always consider those needs and change throughout the year. But based on recent years' spending, it's now before us, the amendment, and the general ledger number is 101-101-728.000 under the City Council Department postage. The motion is to decrease it from $5,000 to $1,000. Is there any further discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. So just as a reminder to council in general, what was presented to you is a departmental level budget. So you don't have to vote on each individual line item. If you have consensus at the line item, you can just say, yes, we're going to reduce by $4,000. We will make that note. We will reflect that in the line item detail, but the actual budget that you need to vote on is the departmental level budget.
Yes.
Okay.
So the actual amendment is reducing the city council budget by $4,000, period. But we are identifying explicitly where that reduction would be reflected. Any further discussion on this motion before us for postage needs, specifically decreasing the city council budget by $4,000? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the proposed amendment.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Yes.
McGinnis. 5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The budget before us now is as amended with that change. There's the possibility of decreasing from the city council budget by $5,000 for city events from $40,000 down to $35,000. Is there any interest from a city council member to make that motion?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Concerning that, I guess when it comes to city events, now I know we have our council events. So is it another part of money that we can use from a council standpoint? Because I only thought we can use our district council, our district fund. So
the city events that have how this has materialized over the years is this is the primary line item when it comes to the Pride and Beautification initiative of the city council. So that's under city events. Okay. There are occasionally when the full city council is a sponsor of something, or a table at an event that's a large civic event. That is the line item that manifests in. And of course, throughout the year, if we find that there is a greater need,
we can increase it.
Yeah.
So consistent for the last 2.5 years, we just haven't met that threshold of spending $40,000.
That's right. This current fiscal year, it's been $40,000. The year before that, it's been $40,000, and it has fluctuated in terms of how much each year has been utilized. Okay. This year is utilizing more than in past years, but it has not yet gotten close to the $40,000.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes.
So let's say I'm having a city event in District 1, which I am on August 31st, and I wanted to use this funding. Would this funding be available for the city event, or do I have to use my district funds? Because that's going to deter how I vote on several of these events. I want to know.
Well, I guess it depends on how many pavilions you want to use. So, I'm kidding. It would be on a case-by-case basis as determined by council leadership and council staff.
And so the council leadership, so let's say hypothetically speaking.
If you want to negotiate that right now, then you won't like the response.
Oh, then I'm not voting. Okay, I just don't know. Thank you.
Okay. So then I really know the answer. So city events decrease. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Well, it's not worth talking about anymore if no one wants to make the motion.
I support it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch them. Was it from 40 to 30 or from 40
35.
to 35? 35, okay.
Yeah.
I support it with the understanding of a question. Can I ask my question if I support it?
You can ask a question whether you support it, oppose it, or are agnostic. But so it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington. Is there a second?
I second it with the question.
Okay. So that motion is now before us, and Councilwoman Rutherford really wants to be the one to speak first.
Yes. President, I would appreciate that when I ask stuff, because I'm asking for a reason. I said no because some of us have more events in our district than others, and some of us need extra assistance because some of us went over our budget, I being me. That's why I asked the question, President. Okay?
You didn't go over budget, you hit the cap of
Well,
the budget.
that's why I'm not understanding the next one, but that's why I'm asking. So can I come to you, President and Pro Tem, in the event that I have an event asking for assistance? That's what I'm asking for.
And if it meets the level of a citywide or a broader event, then it could absolutely be considered. And the events in District 1 are not more important than the events in any other district. So don't say, because we all.
I didn't say that.
I'm just saying, it's not a way to win friends and influence people with a vote to say that your events are more important or you've got more events.
What I will say to respond is you are correct. Everybody district events are very important. What I will also say is that I have more events than other people have in their district, which is a fact, not an opinion. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Goodman.
So do you, in front of you, have the amount that we've utilized this year or an approximate amount? I don't want to have you dig through it.
I have to dig for it. I don't have that committed to memory.
So, it's fine. The reason I ask that is because, with this line item, the council could, in theory, just, we could do other events utilizing that funds as long as it meets certain thresholds, like helping the majority of the community, not just per district.
The activity, just so that you've got it so far, has been $27,501 for city events. Obviously, that doesn't book everything. They got to still process stuff.
But so council could make the decision over the course of the year to do an event collectively. We could decide to do a thing to utilize those funds.
That's right. We've done it before, and we could do it again.
Arguably, I would just like to, I'd say, make the recommendation to council that instead of cutting the amount, try to utilize it and do more things. Not to say that the city itself does not do great events and the administration itself does not, but I think there is some advantage that could be used for council doing council-specific events and engagements with the community in some way or another, whether it be the full council or whether we do it by north side and south side, it's like splitting the city in half or whatever we do, but trying to better utilize those funds as they were purposed for, opposed to giving them back because we haven't really attempted to meet the amount that we've set.
Okay. The motion before us is reducing the city council budget by $5,000, specifically as it relates to city events. Any further discussion on the motion before us? So some have spoken against it. Some have raised questions. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to amend, reducing the city council budget by $5,000 as it relates to city events.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, that amendment passes and is incorporated into the budget overall. For City Council, as it relates to legal services, reducing the City Council budget from $40,000 to $25,000, or reducing the City Council budget by $15,000, specifically in regard to legal services. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So that is now before us. And I believe this was prompted in part based on past trends of not utilizing much or any of those funds depending on the year. And we want to make sure that we have resources utilizing the funds still available, but we can make budget amendments if tense times arise. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, in reducing the City Council budget by $15,000, specifically as it relates to legal services.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The budget is amended and will be reflected accordingly. Next, for City Council, it's district projects decreasing by $80,000. The budget has in it $280,000 for that use, and this would take it down to $200,000 per district. $20,000 for district projects times 7 is $140,000, but this does allow for some carryover for those that need to finish projects that were started in a previous year and need to wrap it up. So that's the proposal. Is anyone wanting to make that motion?
I make a motion that we reduce the district projects.
Okay. Is there a second?
I got a question.
If no one seconds it, it dies.
Okay.
Okay. There's no second, so it withers on the vine. There's no.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right. We are now at, for mayor, under the salaries and wages. I don't want to be dismissive. You had a question.
No,
fair.
it's fine. It's good. No problem. Let's move forward.
All right, the mayor, salaries and wages, the line for salaries and wages is $686,233. That includes, I want to confirm this, but $140,000 for a new position of chief operating officer. Mayor and deputy mayor, I have an asterisk there because it was initially, I was estimating. But is that what you had built in for salaries and wages for the chief operating officer new proposed position?
Yes, we believe that that includes that dollar amount for that position.
140?
The deputy mayor says yes.
Okay, so rather than what I wrote here of reducing it by $110,000, we would instead reduce it by $140,000. Should there be consensus to do that, but it was brought up with the possibility of deliberating further or removing the chief operating officer position from the mayor's budget. I think that it would be appropriate for us to do it in tandem with what you see below. There are various related fringe benefits that impacts FICA contribution, MERS contribution, health, dental, et cetera, that if someone wanted to make the motion to remove the salaries and wages, we would ask that it would be calculated that should that be removed, those various related ancillary benefits to that particular position or salary amount be reduced as well. Is there?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
So it's moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that when it comes to a proposed new position in the organization of the executive administration team, the mayor's request had a chief operating officer or COO position. The amendment before us right now is removing that position's salary amount and the related costs. So essentially removing until further research and review or grant funding that position. So any discussion on the motion before us?
I just
Councilwoman
want
Rutherford.
to get clarity. Wasn't this position supposed to be originally funded from a grant?
All right, further discussion? Mayor, was that your hand?
Well, we have requested that a lot of elements of the budget be funded through grants, but we believe that this position is important regardless of funding from a grant. We're going to continue to pursue funding for this and a variety of other things through grant dollars. But the reason we believe this position is important is I think all of us have shared some frustration about things not moving as expeditiously as we would like. And that's a factor of not having a position like this that is fine-tuning the city's processes, making sure departments are communicating with each other, and also making sure that departments are completing tasks on time. Having one dedicated person doing that I think is very important as we seek to improve city operations. Neither the deputy mayor nor I are operations experts, and we believe that we need somebody who really fits this role.
Further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman James.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis, and I also would like to thank the mayor for his summation of why he feels he needs his position. But I also, from a standpoint of being fiscally responsible, we have directors that are all making six-figure salaries, and if they don't know how to move their departments, then that's an issue in itself. I don't think we need to add a department to oversee departments. This is what we hire professionals for, to handle their departments.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I really think that this exceeds our responsibility as council people to second guess what the administration has requested for their department, because I think they are in the best position to understand what they need to make their department work, just as we are in the best position to understand what we need on council. When we proposed in the last budget the 3 positions that our leadership felt were needed to be able to move city council forward, we did not get any pushback on that request. And I am categorically opposed to second-guessing the administration in terms of this position. I think that is their call, you know, and unless there is some really good, legitimate reason why we would want to change that, I'd like to hear it, but I think it is their call whether they feel they need this position, and I think it's as highly out of order, really, for us to take that on ourselves to determine what they need.
Anyone who wishes to speak for a first time?
I am.
Councilman.
Good evening. So the issue isn't trying to undermine the administration. I don't think anybody on this council wants to undermine the administration. The issue is that we have to still be financially responsible for how we spend this money. And so you're right. There was no pushback because we needed those positions, but I don't know if they have convinced this council as a whole as to why this position is needed. And that's what the real issue is. This council has given, and I'm just speaking as transparent as I can, for 2 years we have supported this administration, well 3 now if you count this year. We have given them leeway, we have changed ordinances to accommodate who they said should have these positions. Often, and I've said this to Deputy Mayor, I said, you guys want us to change this thing about, for example, for the financial director. The problem is when we change these things, we do it, the people come in, and 6 months later, and it's not me just saying it, we've had people get the position, we changed it. So let's use Al Cooley, for example. Al Cooley didn't have a bachelor's degree. I fought tooth and nail against President Pro Tem. He was like, Mel, this is gonna end badly, and as soon as the sun sets, it ended the way he said it. So the problem isn't that we don't think the position is needed. The problem is they haven't presented enough evidence to why we need to do this right now. Especially, and it's not that I'm voting against it because I'm not, it's just you haven't convinced this whole council. And that's what my issue is. You have to convince the whole council why this position is needed. If we're paying, and I concur with President Pro Tem, we're paying department heads who don't even know how, and I'm not taking a jab, I'm just being factual, how to reprimand people that work in their departments, and instead bring us as a council into HR issues. So my first concern is the people that we actually have, but not only that, if we vote for this today, how is that going to change? Because the culture has to change. It's not just about creating this position per se, the culture, how we treat the people that actually work here has to change. And so my question is, have you made the case so that the council as a whole can support this? Because we've done it in the past and it backfires in our face. So that's the question that I have. That's it.
Further discussion? Okay, the motion before us is, do we remove the from the mayor's department, the proposed chief operating officer or COO proposal. So this would be an organizational change, a reorganization of the organizational chart, the hierarchy, and I don't have a clear enough understanding yet. I welcome clarity that may come in a few seconds or in future months about where does this chief operating officer fit in relation to the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the respective department directors. I am open to improving effectiveness, efficiency, division of responsibilities, but how does that reconfigure, and then what's the practical application of that? We are setting the budget for the fiscal year to come. The mayor was elected in November of 2021. Their term started January of 2022. So this is 2.5 years into the term, I think.
Yes.
It would propose this change. I welcome the mayor and deputy mayor sharing how quickly that would be implemented, this change, because if it's budgeted now and then a future job description comes a few months later and then HR finally posts it a few months later, it gives me great pause in terms of how quickly that's dialed up. Are we triggering a reorganization when there is a finite number of years in a mayor's term? So are we building in or baking in a reorganization when a future mayor may not want that reorganization? So I want to make sure it's a wise decision that stands the test of time and doesn't be to the whims of one person or isn't related to one particular candidate. I anticipate the mayor and deputy mayor doesn't have a specific candidate in mind already. It might be that they're just building this need structurally. So I think it is in order if we're going to make this essentially another strata of reorganization for us to at least understand with clarity how that's implemented. What's the implications? Because it may be for years and decades in practice. If it's good practice, that's great. But if it's temporary, if it's short term, if it will be reorganized further, I just want to understand what's the implications for the operations of the city government. Mayor Grima.
Yeah, all those are legitimate questions. To answer the first question, which is about the organizational structure component of it, the position would report to the deputy mayor and would work with the deputy mayor to try to make sure that departments are doing what departments should be doing in an expeditious way, that those departments are communicating with each other. We still have, I think, too many silos at City Hall. So this is about breaking down the silos, getting departments talking with each other. And I think for the most part, council and the mayor share common priorities. But some of those priorities are not being executed on in a timely way by departments. So this position is really about trying to make sure that departments are executing and making sure that they're delivering in a timely way. And part of that is about improving basic processes and procedures, putting better standard operating procedures in place. And those are things that really are pretty specific in terms of expertise to operations specialists. And so that's the goal of this. In terms of timing and timeline, we already have a draft job description. And so if this were to remain in the budget, we would be able to get this posted sort of on day one of the next fiscal year. And this would be a high priority in terms of filling this budget because we believe that it's a very real and urgent need. So the goal would be to fill this within a couple of months. And obviously, City Council always has the prerogative to reduce budgets in the future, to change positions in the future, and there's nothing about adding this position that would change that prerogative. And I say that in terms of changes over time in a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever that case may be.
A follow-up question I have is in regard to the salary price point. You're envisioning that $140,000 is the range I anticipate. How is the pay of the chief operating officer going to look in comparison to the finance director? Obviously, the finance director, it seems as though compensation has been a challenge with either attracting or retaining a very priority position. Would this be a comparable compensated position, or is your vision that it would be at a higher rate than the finance director currently vacant position? And then can you elaborate for the council and the community what it means for the deputy mayor's role for the chief operating officer? The ordinance and the charter doesn't explicitly state, what defined the deputy mayor's roles would be on a day-to-day basis. We know how it's practically been applied in this administration. In some administration, it looks different. How will these two positions, deputy mayor, which is charter enshrined, exists, period, end of sentence, will the charter mandated position of deputy mayor interact or relate to this newly created role of chief operating officer? And I'll defer to you.
Yeah. Well, I think the 140,000 is a maximum that we would contemplate. So we do not foresee paying this position anything more than that. It could be less than that. We have a range established for the finance director, but I think there's a big question mark in terms of where a candidate might fall within that range. I think we would hope that we wouldn't have to pay $140,000 for a finance director, but one doesn't know. And so some of that really hinges on just where finance director candidates come in. So I think it's hard to say whether or not this position would make more or less than the finance director, because that hinges on discussions with the right finance director candidate. And I think the right finance director candidate could fall above that. They could fall below that. It's hard to say. The chief of operations position could fall significantly below $140,000 as well. We use that dollar amount as a maximum amount that we would be willing to pay for that role. And in terms of the other question about the deputy mayor's role, there's nothing about this position that fundamentally would change the deputy mayor's role. The deputy mayor, if one thinks of, this is a strained analogy, I think, but if one thinks of the city as sort of analogous to a business, and one thinks of the mayor as the CEO, I think the deputy mayor is something like the chief strategy officer, someone who is helping the CEO look at the big picture, who is working on special projects. The chief of operations would be really getting into the minutia and the procedures and the processes of the day-to-day detailed operations of the city.
Okay. Councilwoman James?
Who would your directors be reporting to? Would they be reporting to the deputy or to this new person?
Yeah, they would continue to report to the deputy mayor, but the chief of operations would also be reporting to the deputy mayor in a role that is designed to make sure that the directors are staying on task, that processes are being improved, which is more of a global systemic question, and that directors are accomplishing tasks that are given to them by the deputy mayor and by me in a timely, expeditious manner.
Just as a follow-up, from a quality perspective, the new position would be kind of like a quality manager role, in that they would assist in firming the departments up to where each department would have their departmental goals and objectives, and things get written down of what the expectation from every department would be, and then to be able to drive that improvement. Because one of the things I'd mentioned to Deputy Mayor is that I would like to see the city do a quality audit really by next year, because now that we have HR policies in place where our employees are being given evaluations and all of that, it's time for us to really look at the business as a process and grade ourselves on really how well we are running to what we say how well we're doing what we say we're going to do. So this position would kind of move us closer to that place where we have better definition, better processes in place that are written, and everybody is working to those processes.
All of that is exactly right.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
I need y'all to sell this to me as if I was a fourth grader. And I'm saying it like that because the average citizen is going to say, well, why do, and I'm just going to say it, why is Deputy Stevens here if we need a COO? Not because I'm against it, I need it to be sold. Because we have to justify giving $140,000 plus benefits. So what's the totality, first of all, before you sell it to me, what's the total amount we gonna pay this individual? So it's $140,000 plus benefits. What's the total amount of the package? That's the first question. I yield to President so he can yield to the administration.
So I think you've got both questions. You've got a sense of what the councilwoman's inquiries are. Mayor Graham, you have the floor.
Yeah, I want to again emphasize that would be a maximum salary, but generally the rule of thumb, depending on the amount of the salary, is something like 0.2 or 0.3 times that for benefits, and so you're probably looking at a total approximate cost of something in the order of $170,000 or $180,000, including benefits. And the question about what's the deputy mayor's role, the deputy mayor, and we're very fortunate to have Deputy Mayor Stevens, the Deputy Mayor Stevens brings invaluable expertise on policy issues. He brings broad strategic thinking. He's also absolutely invaluable when it comes to working on special projects, so he often gets into the policy details with individual departments. But when the deputy mayor has to get into the day-to-day taskmaster role of, hey, where is this item? Where is that item? Where is this item? It detracts from his ability to really do that strategic thinking, to get involved in the detailed policy making, as opposed to the shepherding of minutia through the process.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? The amendment as proposed is for reducing the mayor's departmental budget of $140,000 plus the calculation of the prorated amount related to that position for the proposed chief operating officer for the city of Pontiac. That would be in the executive administration, the COO. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
So a yes vote would be that we vote to reduce, and a no vote would be that we vote not to reduce.
That's right.
Okay.
So if no is the vote and no prevails, then that position remains in the budget, both for salaries, wages, and the associated benefits and costs. So yes is to remove that amount, removing that position. Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford.
Can we just get more information about this one and postpone it for a week? This particular vote, or we have to vote on this tonight? I'm just asking.
I could tell you, based on past years' budgets and other municipalities, if we start making changes next week, or you want to have a special meeting, there would have to be a quorum of city council for a special meeting. If those changes are made on the spot, then the totals for everything changes.
Okay.
And then we wouldn't be able to make the deadline for the budget. So that's why, so that's a fair question in terms of changes can be considered in the future. And the question becomes, is it better to change with that in it or without? Those are both valid options. So the budget as proposed right now includes the authorization and funding for a chief operating officer at the amount identified. All right, speakers list is exhausted on that amendment. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the motion to decrease the mayor's department budget for that amount.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Come back to me, please.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
No.
Rutherford?
It fails anyway, but yes. I mean, no, sorry.
So Councilman Rutherford's vote is no to retain it. Okay. And so the vote is?
3 yeas, 2 nays.
And there's been some debate on whether that is sufficient or not, correct? We have 5 city council members here. 3 is a majority of 5, but there are 7 elected members of the city council. Is 4 required for an amendment?
Was this an amendment on the motion, or was this on the motion in its substance?
This is an amendment, a motion to amend in substance is changing the amount in a particular departmental budget. So it's not a motion to postpone or a motion to recess or a motion, it is to the policy substance.
You need 4 to pass.
All right. So with that, the motion to amend fails. So therefore, the budget retains that chief operating officer position and cost related to it. All right. Next, for the mayor's department, postage, decreasing the mayor's office by $1,000 for not needing as much postage. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? If there is no second, there doesn't further proceed.
It doesn't or does?
It does not. It needs a second to be considered further.
Support.
Okay. It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman, to reduce the mayor's budget by $1,000 as it relates to postage. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the proposed amendment.
Parker? Oops, sorry, not here. Rutherford?
Yes to remove? I mean, to decrease, right?
Correct.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Okay. That amendment is adopted and is included. Next, in the mayor's office is the OU initiative funds. It's been at $25,000. It's proposed to be $25,000. Clarity is sought in terms of, will the OU initiative just continue in perpetuity? What's the vision? What's the rationale there? But we don't have to get into that if there's not a motion and a second. Is there a motion to remove that from the budget?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
Okay. It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we decrease the mayor's budget by $25,000. The specific impetus is the Oakland University Initiative. Mayor or Deputy Mayor, anyone want to speak further to rationale? Mayor Graham.
Yeah, I want to give the Deputy Mayor an opportunity as well because he's very deeply involved with the OU Pontiac Initiative. But I will just note that I do think that there's value to some strategic rethink of this, but our request would be that we continue for 1 more year at least while we engage in that strategic rethink. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, Council President. The $25,000 for the OU Pontiac Initiative is a matching fund contribution. So the city puts in 25, Oakland University puts in 25, most recently Trinity Health has put in 25, and I believe that this upcoming year, Oakland Community College is also going to participate. So it is the city's participation in bringing and leveraging outside funds to the community that is then given away in the form of grants to nonprofits in the community.
Mayor Graham.
Yeah, just to amplify that point, and I think it's an important point, is that for every $1 that we contribute, there has been $2 from other groups, and now it sounds like, and this is actually news to me, soon to be $3 from other groups. And that all goes to community-based organizations that do work in Pontiac. So certainly, my fear would be that if this is eliminated, then we don't just lose that $1 of the city, but we lose $3 from outside organizations that flows to city organizations. So I think as a matching mechanism, there's a lot of value to our continued participation. Now, having said that, I think there's room for a strategic rethink here, but I'd like to strategically think through that with council as opposed to just eliminating it outright.
Well, and I'm pleased to hear that it's a forward momentum, that there's growth, there's evolution versus it's sort of just lumbering along and losing steam. To the city attorney, is there any legal exposure or vulnerability because many of these are nonprofit entities that the funds are being awarded to, but it is an initiative, it's a project, it is sort of issue specific. But is the city on legally solid ground in terms of this appropriation process? It's a little unique in the sense that it is not a city entity that will determine or award the funds. It's a committee that includes representatives from the city. But so really the act of appropriating is that the city executes and then sends the funds to, I imagine, Oakland University. So obviously Oakland University is an institution, it's not necessarily a nonprofit, but any cause for concern about the eligibility of this as a valid city expense?
No, I don't have any trepidation about that at all. I would say, though, that Oakland University would most likely have some type of master agreement that would indemnify it and probably its partners. So I would not have any trepidation about the city awarding that money.
All right, any further discussion on the Oakland University Initiative funds? The motion is to reduce the mayor's budget by $25,000 in this particular area. A yes vote eliminates the $25,000 and essentially eliminates the Pontiac contribution to that matching initiative. A no vote retains the funds that you'd want that to stay. Everyone clear on what's before us? Okay. Yes gets rid of the city contribution to the OU initiative. No keeps it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Come back to me, please.
Carrington.
No.
Goodman.
No.
James.
No.
McGinnis.
No.
Rutherford.
No.
5 nays, 0 yeas.
All right, that motion fails. The amendment is not agreed to. Under Finance Administration, it's, Finance Administration, it's been noted that salaries, the line item for salaries is very much underused for probably obvious reasons, and the proposal is decreasing that line item by $23,994, excuse me, that department by $23,994 because the prospect is bleak about the finance director position being occupied early into the new fiscal year. I'll ask the mayor and deputy mayor, is salaries and wages able to be utilized for contracted or interim staff? Or would that only be other professional services?
Thank you, Council President. Generally speaking, no, the salary line would not be used for that. That would be other professional services. However, in the event that we went some prolonged amount of time, we would look to move funds from the salary line to the other professional services line to be able to continue that temporary support. But I will also say that that line item is not just higher because of that particular vacancy, but that line item also contemplates the hiring of 2 additional support accountants.
With the adoption of this budget, is the sufficient authorization and funding for those support accountants built in?
They are included in the budgeted positions document.
Okay, thank you. Is there any interest in making this change? If there isn't, we won't. What's that?
I said there's interest from you, sir.
You would like to make that motion?
To decrease it, yes.
Okay, would you make that motion?
I made the motion to decrease the $643,994 to $620,000 in salaries.
Okay, so reducing the finance administration budget by that amount. Is there a second? Support. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to amend.
A no means we do it, right?
Yes means the amendment that you've proposed would remove it.
Oh, yes. I'm so confused.
Yes.
James?
She stepped away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Carrington. Carrington.
No.
McGinnis.
Yes. So 3 yeas, 1 nay?
Yes.
All right, that amendment fails. Information technology, there's proposed personal computer software, right now $127,111. Possible amendment, but only if there's any interest to it. Does the administration first want to reiterate what that, what those computer software will cover in the information technology budget?
Sorry, what department number?
What we're in right now?
Yeah.
Information technology. I don't have the number handy.
Which line are we?
Personal computer software under the information technology budget.
So that includes all of the different software licenses that we have in the city.
Doesn't compute.
So an example of that is the, example of that is a large cost is the license for the GIS system, which is now an enterprise license. I want to say that one license itself, I want to say it's upwards of $25,000 because it's an enterprise license, but off the top of my head, not having the breakdown in front of me, I can't say for certain. But that is, what we did was we centralized, instead of having every department pay for their licenses, now all of that has been centralized into just the one department.
Okay, that's sufficient. Is there any interest in making this amendment? All right, hearing no interest, we move on. Cable, Fund 291, or budget Department 291, cable, video equipment. When the Communications Department and the cable point person presented, they spoke broadly about video equipment of $93,315. City Council requested an itemization of what that video equipment would be. I have not seen that, so this is to see whether we want to set that aside until that is documented, or if City Council would like to proceed with the current built-in $93,315.
I move.
What's your motion?
I make a motion to decrease the proposed $93,315 to $10,000, unless someone has seen this itemized request list.
Okay. And it can be amended in the future, obviously, when it's more specific. But is there a second? Is there a second to the amendment? All right, hearing none, it doesn't go further, but did you want to quickly address it?
No, I'm just trying to follow along, and I was going to ask you what page you were on.
Okay. Cable, 291. Okay. District Court, when the District Court's budgets were proposed, it was the court administrator and the chief judge expressed some concerns when it comes to other professional services to ensure that translation services and for linguistic needs and lingual capacities is addressed. Is the administration able to speak further, and obviously take your time if you need to get to the district court budgets, because there's a few of them, how they're broken out. But have you been able to come to an understanding with the court administrator since last month's special meeting about the district court? We want to ensure that those services are not interrupted, but we recognize that it might come under specific other line items, like, for example, they raised janitorial services as not being sufficient, but then there was a specific janitorial line item, so that addresses that. Is there any thoughts or reflections you have about district court and their other professional services needs?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, we did come to an agreement, and I apologize. I thought that you were copied on the email that the chief judge sent, saying that after we explained the fund balance that they were okay with what was proposed. However, as we did say that evening, if there is a concern that there is not enough funding, there is no concern about taking more money out of the court's fund balance to increase those line items.
All right, and I think that's absolutely the right approach to take, that throughout the course of the year, and we'll work to reiterate that to the district court leadership so they know that they can communicate that. We just never want them to interrupt service or go without. And so I hope that that's the same approach from the administration as well. Any further discussion or motions when it comes to that? Okay. Next is speed humps. In last fiscal year budget, there was $500,000 plus for the installation of speed humps on 21 different city street stretches. The administration shared that ultimately came up in the roads, respective roads budget. I intentionally have multiple council members identified that they want to make sure that that's in the budget. I want to give the administration an opportunity to say whether it's incorporated or not, and then if not, what is an advised funding source for it? Because I don't think it's the city council's position that it must, if it's repairing a local road or adding speed humps, we're not necessarily looking in the either or. Did the administration look at speed humps being an eligible American Rescue Plan Act expense? Can it be a general fund expense? What's your understanding about eligibility and advisability with where to book speed humps should the city council amend the budget?
Yeah, so I think that I'll try to answer the questions in sequence. Number one, I don't believe that another round of speed humps is included in the proposed budget, but I would welcome including it. So I think it's a good idea to include it and fund it. I think where to fund it from hinges in part, in my mind, in terms of the existing fund balances, in particular in terms of DPW local roads. I would recommend not funding it out of the general fund where there's already tightness. I think with ARPA dollars, I would prefer to see as many ARPA dollars as possible go towards the Youth Rec Center if we can fund speed humps out of the local roads fund of DPW. So I guess the question is, under the current proposed budget, what would be the ending fund balance in the local roads fund?
So Fund 203, local streets, there's appropriations of non-motorized, public works operations, routine maintenance roads, winter maintenance, and traffic control. And that would leave an ending fund balance, once you take in the rest of the revenues and the appropriations, an ending fund balance of $1,407,840 in Fund 203 Local Streets, which it sounds like that is the fund you are referencing, correct?
It is, and in light of that, I would say that we can afford to fund another round at roughly $500,000 out of the local street funds, and I think that's reasonably sustainable because I think I would like to see us do this in each of the next several years. I think that it's worthwhile. I think it's an important public safety issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my issue is that can we actually afford to do this at this time? And I'm asking because earlier today, Mayor, you made a statement that we were going to move funding from ARPA dollars into the home repair program, another $1 million. You made that at and I'm asking for, you made that statement at the Bowen Center. So how are we going to pay for this if we don't even have funding for the additional $1 million you stated that we were going to move?
So the $1 million was already allocated by council as a bucket for ARPA. I want to be clear about that. So but it had been held in reserve. And what I was alluding to earlier today is that we really want to start utilizing those funds for the home improvement program because we have this wait list. So that's what I was talking about there. Now, the local road fund, which is what I'm saying would be the sensible place to take the $500,000 from, that can't be used for anything other than local streets. And we don't have any local street project planned this year that is going to cost so much that we won't have sufficient dollars in the fund to allow for the addition of speed humps. That's what I'm saying. And it's not like that money could be used for any of these other priorities, whether home improvement, whether the Youth Rec Center. It has to be used for local roads.
Councilwoman James for a first time.
Yeah, I'm just wondering,
Microphone.
In terms of funding, why it couldn't come out of the general fund, because we did agree to put the $10 million of opera dollars into the general fund, and the purpose was that we would have more flexibility to be able to use those funds. So I'm just, to me, this is a perfect opportunity, that it's something the community wants, and we've got opera dollars in the general fund, so why would we not use the opera dollar general fund monies that we put in there so that we could have more flexibility to use them?
It certainly can be, but we've got a lot of flexibility in terms of how to use fund balance. That could be used for a lot of different purposes, including the Youth Rec Center. It could be used for a variety of other purposes. We have a projected fund balance of nearly $1.5 million in local roads that will be there a year from now, and that can only be used on local roads. So that's why I'm suggesting, why don't we use some of that money for the speed humps so that we have even more flexibility in the fund balance to allocate that to any number of purposes where we've got this fund of almost $1.5 million that has to be used for local funds that we don't have any planned use of this coming fiscal year.
Further discussion? All right, I apologize, Clerk Doyle. There hasn't been a motion yet, correct? Right. Okay.
I'm sorry, and I'm trying to get clarity. So we're in Fund 203.
Maybe. We don't know yet until the motion states whether it wants to be a general fund Department of Public Works expense or a 203 local streets appropriation. So I can give you some clarity once I hear a motion, if that makes sense. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. For me, I'm not really concerned what pot of money it comes out of. This is something that the community wants. Community calls me every week. We requesting speed humps on our street. This is something that the community wants, and we should be doing it. So whatever pot of money that the administration decided comes out of, I'm okay with. But we need to put speed humps in this budget.
It'll be our obligation, though, to say which fund.
Yes, definitely.
So the only downside that I see to doing it from the local streets fund is that if the acting city engineer has a trajectory where they're hoping to build that fund up, so a year and a half from now, we have enough match or something to finish a particular project. I'm not interested in derailing or disrupting, but we, I think, all recognize that every little stretch of a local road needs repair. So this is a drop in the bucket, but I still want to be strategic with the funds. By speed humps, whether it's from general fund, and to Councilwoman James' point, you know, sort of an origin with the ARPA funds, but it's in the general fund or in these local streets, this allows us to have a big impact on blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks of the city, much more than if that was only for patching or resurfacing 1.5 blocks or something. Like, that's how far it would go. $600,000 would get us very little resurfacing, but it allows for many streets to see limited, but still relief when it comes to neighborhood safety, speeding, excessive concerns. So that's my only hesitation about local streets, is that I don't want to screw up a long-range plan of if a fund balance is trying to be built up for a particular project, or it needs a match for some other, you know, funding source, and I don't have that at my disposal. Obviously, it's a change I'd be comfortable making midstream once, you know, further research and review. So I'm comfortable with tonight saying that that's an appropriation use from the Fund 203 local streets, but just I want to add that asterisk. I don't want staff, contractor or otherwise, to interpret that to mean we hate the salvation of one project, because in fact, we may all really also find that a high priority project. It's just not been made clear to us yet. Mayor, then Pro Tem, and then Councilman.
I completely agree, and I think that's easily resolved by communicating that to Shannon, our city engineer. But also, we can always move general fund dollars to a road project. So that's always an option in the other way. We don't have the same flexibility with local road funds. So by preserving that fund balance, we've got a lot of flexibility to use it for Youth Rec Center or local roads or any other priority. We don't have the same flexibility in the other direction, obviously.
Councilwoman James?
Yeah, this had come up in our Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee, and I can tell you that our engineer was not happy about having it come out of local streets, but I'm comfortable with us going ahead and assigning it, you know, for the time being to local streets, because we can always adjust it later on. But I can tell you that Shannon was not happy with that coming out of local streets.
Is your motion to amend to?
It's to that we go ahead with the purchase of the allocating $600,000 for speed humps to come out of the local streets fund.
Is there a second?
So you're going to take the $600,000 out the fund balance, but then it's got to get appropriated to a line item.
Well, what would it be, the local streets line item? Does anybody know?
I think we would want to create a new individual line item specifically for speed humps in terms of the expenditure line item. And I think what Councilwoman James is proposing is that it be taken out of the end of year fund balance for local streets specifically.
So Councilwoman James has made the motion to amend, so that way in local streets Fund 203, the appropriations from the fund balance of $600,000 for speed humps for a GL number to be created or assigned based on previous years. They might be a dormant one, but right now in the budget there is none that's being utilized for this proposed fiscal year. Is there a second to the Councilwoman's motion?
I second.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we add speed humps at a price tag of $600,000 for the local streets budget. Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
I want to make sure we're clear. So let's say Earlmore, which is in my district, that is in need of repair. This 600,000 will not be available for that street if we take that out of the local funds. I just want to make sure I got that correct. Is that correct?
Are you trying to do 3 yards?
No, I'm asking. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm asking because we can still. I just don't want to make the mistake. Now. Let's be clear. I want the speed humps. I just want to make sure that we have funding to repair those major potholes on Earlmore. Those major potholes, sir, on Orchard Lake. Not Orchard Lake, or on Augusta or Sanderson. So that's why I'm trying to figure out where the money coming from before I vote. That's why I'm asking you the question for clarity.
It does not reduce the line items for the repair, patching, et cetera. So it's not reducing that. It's saying right now there is about 1.4 million unassigned.
Okay.
And so it's taking that and assigning some.
Okay.
And what the council has already communicated to the administration is that should there be a miraculous project that could save all of us heartache, pain, and suffering in our respective districts, we welcome replenishing that pot of local streets gold. But right now, there is not enough in the local streets fund, even if we wanted to do much of anything in terms of repaving a road. But there is money that's already been set aside, and we're not reducing it for the patching or for the emergency sections, things like that. But to your point, I think Orchard Lake Road probably comes from major roads. Orchard Lake Road would be considered a major road, so that pot of gold in that separate fund will not be impacted. Mayor?
Well, and counterintuitively, believe it or not, Earlmore is designated as a major road as well. Yeah.
It's just that premium. So Earlmore is a major road, so it's from that very small little pot of gold that it would be patched, repaired, et cetera. But again, City Council is very interested in hearing the engineering professionals about future matching fund opportunities, and where strategic, we will redirect general fund dollars to make those miraculous repairs happen. All right, so it's been moved and seconded for speed humps.
Mr. President?
Yes.
So I'm clear on the motion. Take 600,000 from Fund 203 fund balance and allocate it to speed humps to a GL account number yet to be determined.
That's right. Because they had speed lumps in the outgoing fiscal year budget, there may be one that's already existing. It's just not, live at the moment, so it's not front and center, but there might have to be a new line item created. Everyone clear? A yes vote is for speed humps. A no vote is for more speeding. All those speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the proposed budget amendment.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The budget amendment has been is approved and will be incorporated into the proposal before us. So now Councilwoman James has identified a further amendment that she would like to be considered. I want to give the floor to you to introduce the matter. And as a point of personal privilege, I'll step right outside and.
Yes, this is in regards to the Economic Development Department under Director Rachel Logren. The original budget that we received from the administration called for a proposed position for Workforce Development Manager. It actually called for 2 positions. The second one was Neighborhood Revitalization Strategist. Workforce Development Manager was one of the positions that I did plan to recommend in the budget meetings that we had, but after I saw that the administration was already proposing the position, it was not brought up. I went to Deputy Mayor today to find out if that proposed position was actually already incorporated in the budget, and found out that they had made the decision to drop that position. And I don't think that, I don't agree. I think that workforce development has to be a major concern for, and a major priority, really, for this administration. I don't agree that that position should be dropped. I heard some of the arguments, but I do not think that the city of Pontiac should depend upon Oakland County and other entities to ensure that our residents get the workforce support that they need. I think that's going to have to come from us. I am requesting that we add a budget item to reinstate the workforce development manager at $120,000 estimated salary and benefits to account number 285, which would be an opera account. I think this position needs to get in the budget this year. I think we need to work through a number of things. Number one, why we're not prioritizing workforce development in economic development, because it doesn't seem, if we drop this position, it doesn't seem like we are saying that we really want to prioritize it. Especially, and I'm especially concerned for the fact that we have already talked about creating a community benefits policy. And in order to really develop an enlightened policy, you have to have a policy. You have to have a mindset toward how you want this to work within our city. So I think this is something that we really need to work to implement. I think we need a manager to be able to drive the kind of conversations that we need to have, and we need a manager to be able to connect with the various organizations in our city that are already doing workforce development stuff, but we need someone to coordinate all of the efforts that are taking place so that the city of Pontiac can actually begin to show some real input with workforce development. We need to be able to promote inclusive policies. We need to be able to, as a city, create partnerships with local communities and partnerships, and we absolutely need to improve the income level of our residents.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. So Councilwoman James is putting a motion on the floor to support adding $120,000 estimate salary and benefits to opera fund account 285 to fund a workforce development manager position for the 2024-25 budget year. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so it's been moved and second. So at this time, I'll open up discussion. But actually, I'm gonna say something real quick.
Okay.
So I actually support this. I think that we definitely need this, and also that the council did make that resolution concerning workforce development. But it's kind of interesting though, because you kind of stated earlier with the CEO that the council don't have a right to tell the administration what to do in their offices. So I'm kind of confused, but I do support it. I do support it now. So I'm supporting it, but I'm just, I just want to say that as a council, we do have the right to look at these budgets, and we have a right to make a decision when it comes to our finances of the city. I just want to make that known. So Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
I am so disappointed to this administration that y'all even removed this. This has been a hot topic for 3 years, especially that Rachel Lauren thought it was appropriate to remove it. I think yet again, we need to start questioning what the people you have in charge are making these decisions, because every week we are attacked as a council and an administration about workforce development. We are discussed that we do not have any input from the community. We are not building up the economy. And to have this removed is truly appalling. That's my statement. Here's my question. If we approve this tonight, what does the administration have in place, because it had to be in there because you put it in there first, to streamline this to actually coming into fruition? I ask that because we currently have $225,000 that we put in the budget last year that we still haven't allocated to people that's giving out money for homelessness. So if we give this to you, what do you have in place to make sure this is successful? I yield to the president, and then he can yield to the mayor.
Does the administration wish to speak?
Well, we've been conflicted over this position, and I can allow the deputy mayor to shed some light as to why the position in the proposal was not included. But I think we are conflicted about it. We believe that workforce development is important, but we've also been talking with our economic development team about what will the impact of one in-house position be, and do we get more bang for our buck doing that, or by channeling money towards outside organizations that have a proven track record of actually investing in workforce development? So I think that's the primary trade-off, and I'll allow the deputy mayor to speak in greater detail about it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. It is 9:36, so I will not go into a long teaching session on economic and workforce development, but I will say that the bulk of my professional career in public government has been in economic development, and a portion of economic development is most certainly workforce development, just like housing development is a portion of workforce development. Just a quick aside without going into a long diatribe of teaching is that a lot of people don't understand that not just in Pontiac, but across America, our housing stock was largely developed by private corporations, and it was developed because workers did not have a place to live. And if corporations wanted to have workers, they had to provide those workers with a place to live. And so somewhere along the line from 1919 until today, we lost track of that, and we ended up with the economy that we have. And I'd be happy to, have a special meeting where we really talk about that. I just say that to say that, as I say, with workforce development, for us to have one position that is just funded and say, hey, you go work on workforce development, that would most certainly lead to the back end of the question that you had asked Councilwoman Rutherford about, are we setting this person up for success? Are we ready? The answer is no. We're not setting that person up for success by just saying, you individual, go work on workforce development. They're not being given any type of funds to actually entice companies to do the work in workforce development. Oakland County, Michigan Works actually has those funds. They have WIOA funds. They have the ability to say, hey, corporation, if you hire a person, we will pay 50% of their wages. What we need to be doing a better job, though, of is getting out to companies and making sure that they are aware of those funds and activities and getting them to use them. And so when we originally had this in the budget, we were like, great. We're going to have a person to do this. As we thought through it, we realized that just putting enough funding in there for salaries and benefits was not sufficient. We hadn't thought through what were the goals, what were the end outcomes, what do we want them to do differently than what we're doing now, and how are we going to actually give them the ability to make those changes. And so that is why ultimately the decision was made that we did not think that we were using the public's money prudently to just hire a position.
Okay. The City Council voted for 2024 to make workforce development one of the 5 high priority emphasis of what we want to see accomplished in 2024. I think it is very objectively fair to say that nearly 6 months in, we have not seen that same ability to make that a priority. I, however, have zero or nearly zero confidence in the ability, if we put this in the budget, for the administration to either deliver or make it a priority. Each month in the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee, I have inquired about the assistant manager position for economic development. Economic development is at a very unique opportunity in the city right now. So many needs, so many new initiatives, so many new housing and funding of these projects and developments that are on the table right now. And we have one extremely overworked, extremely overextended economic development manager. And it blows my mind that this city council heard the request for an assistant manager position that's pretty straightforward. There's a manager and an assistant manager, and that we are almost done with the 12-month period, and that position is just barely posted again. It's definitely not filled. So I have very little confidence in the ability of this administration. The first year, we made budget amendments that were aspirational, that this city council said, these are priorities, we're gonna put money towards it. You know how many of them were done? Next to none of them. Next to none of them were acted on. Last year, we took a much more conservative approach and we said, okay, we wanna analyze and vet what you're asking for, but where it makes strategic sense, yes. And so third bite at the financial apple, I am much more exasperated and much less likely to give that benefit of the doubt. That is why I have voted no on the chief operating officer when objectively I hope it succeeds. And that is why I'm voting no on this workforce development position, even though it is very much in alignment with what I want to see happen, because I anticipate this time next year, we will have yet again another position that is an afterthought, that is not given much priority, and will sit empty. So newsflash, taxpayers of Pontiac, when you think, oh, the budget's a little tight, you know, in terms of what's coming in, what's going out, that's a mirage on paper. The money comes in, and a fraction of it gets spent. The budget gets approved, and a fraction gets spent. A lot, but there's a big gap. So that means that fund balance keeps growing every year, every year, every year. And the city council can say, we really want to see this happen. Let's give a pilot. Let's experiment. How about this few $100,000? How about a little bit here? How about this position? Can you make that happen? And that doesn't happen either. So year after year, as long as I'm on the city council, I will become even more cynical and even more trust but verify, which is not the position I want to be in, because the facts are the facts. I do not want the economic development department to further, on paper, be ideal, and then in reality, be a skeleton crew. And then we wonder why projects get lost, or things don't come past the finish line, or deals don't get consummated, or new housing isn't constructed. There's so many opportunities because we have such a fascinating, interesting, dynamic city, and we've got the resources here. We've got the opportunities, and we've got the resources. And you know what we need? Those final pieces is for the whole operation and the whole personnel to make it work. And I know you can't guarantee everything's gonna be a slam dunk success, and you're not gonna guarantee that everyone's gonna work one place forever for the rest of your life. That ain't America, that ain't 2024. But I am not going to ever approve a position ever again when the administration does not have a very clear, defined, and self-aware game plan about how they're gonna actually use the funds, build out the position, make it a success. Because I do not want a drop of Pontiac taxpayer dollars flushed down the toilet when the position either doesn't get filled or it gets filled and they understandably say, what did I sign up for? What is happening in this department? And then they quit because it's their professional livelihood. I don't blame them. I want a successful work environment. I want a successful city operation. And by God, I want housing and economic development and planning. That's why I'm so interested in it. It's part of my career. But I don't think I can say a yes vote to positions when they have zero game plan, when they have zero intention of acting on it. So they've told us loud and clear, yeah, we see the value in it, but we can't get it done. So if it passes and it gets in there, I will be very interested to see where we are 12 months from now, because the track record is that it will remain vacant. Or it'll be when they get to it, it'll be filled for a few weeks or months, and then nothing. And I'd rather be straightforward with the taxpayers of Pontiac and say, this is what's actually going to get spent, and that's what we're going to budget, and not be a fantasy. I don't want a fantasy budget. If the things aren't going to happen, let's not put it in the budget. That's where I'm at, and so I don't mean to be so long-winded, but I'm not going to vote for something when it's not going to happen or it's not going to happen well. Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
I definitely understand the president's concerns, but I also think this position is more important than the CEO myself.
That's what I was about to ask.
But I definitely understand. Definitely understand. And all we can do is put it in the budget. We can't make the administration follow through with it. But I think that with us writing a resolution for workforce development, that we need to move the administration in a way that can benefit this community.
Because I will say, obviously, there's many innovative ways in which somebody, an internal person, could be running point. The City Council has adopted a labor study and said it's a priority, so that way we have more data. There can be data-based decisions that are made. We want to know, and we approved the housing plan, although it was very slow going. We approved the housing plan because we want to know what's the strategic way forward. We know with planning, we want to know what's the strategic way forward in land use. When it comes to labor and workforce development, what's the strategic way forward? So obviously there's a need for it. I loved what was built out in terms of workforce development manager, neighborhood revitalization specialist, transitioning to to housing coordinator, and utilizing ARPA funds. But we also got to make sure that they actually spend the ARPA funds before they're all frittered away and have to be sent back to the federal government, and the clock's a-ticking. So I don't want to shove them in a direction if it can't be spent in the time too. Councilman Rutherford, Councilman James.
So first,
I'm sorry.
I want to say I agree with you 100. So I just want to, can I just remove my support? Because let me tell you why. I think I made a mistake, and I wanted to ask you. I think I made a mistake on a vote, and I want to know if I made a mistake on a vote and I want to change it, I can still change it, right? That's my first question.
Depends on what meeting it happened in.
It happened today.
Okay, then before the meeting concludes, we'll ask the attorney and the clerk, but it could be a motion to reconsider or a motion to. We'll make sure it's the right one. But
okay.
As long as it's still in the same meeting, I think you're viable.
Okay, and this is why I forgot, and I'm responding to what you said. I forgot, but I don't have it in hand when we went to in February when we went to our retreat about our priorities, and I think I made a mistake, and so that's why I'm saying number one, you're right. And I'm sorry, we have to call a spade a spade. The administration has not done what they're supposed to do in several roles. Deborah Younger is not fully supported. Sorry, not sorry. They are stretched thin. We currently have one, and I'm just telling you for context, we have one person who's inspecting all of these houses, and she needs an extra person. So I just want to remove my support because, number one, I want to stay with what the council wants to see. Number two, I don't want to undermine an already stretched person. So my question to you, sir, is can I remove my support for her second? That's what I'm asking.
Well, so the motion was to use ARPA funds for the creation, to return that into the budget, right? For the position of workforce development?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so that's a valid motion. You're certainly welcome. By you seconding it doesn't obligate you to vote.
Okay, cool.
So the conversation can still continue.
I just want to, and my follow-up is this. So I'm asking this because do you know how you just explained that to the John Q. public about what is not happening here and what is not being done? I think we need to have more, and you do, but more transparent moments, because what is happening is to the outside community, they think that we are not trying to, one, spend the ARPA dollars, I'm just being 100, two, we're not trying to help this administration, and three, we are holding, or the council is being stagnated. So I'm saying this just as a suggestion. Can we have more transparency like what you just did? Because then I don't want to be combative, but I don't want to feel like, I don't want anybody to try to paint the picture that it's the council, because they do. It's the council that's trying to slow up stuff. It's the council that's not doing their job. When in actuality, we have given them everything they wanted and they haven't delivered. So in the future, because when you did that, now I understand, and I think I made a mistake. So I'm just asking, putting it on the floor, because you just did it, can we do more of those moments? Because if we don't, then I'm going to still be confused, because I'm really confused about what I just did 45 minutes ago, and I want to fix it. And so that's why I'm just asking for you. Can you do that for me, please?
Well, it's not my nature to do that all the time.
Do it
It's
again.
also exhausting for one's mental health.
Okay.
The city of Pontiac is doing a lot of great things, and the city of Pontiac government is doing a lot of great things. It's just heartbreaking that year after year, we approve a budget anticipating the more improvements can be made, and a lot gets left on the cutting room floor. Okay. And so it makes me a lot less likely to put something up for approval until I know it's the real deal. Because I don't want to mislead any taxpayer. I don't want to mislead myself. I don't want to mislead the city council into saying, oh yeah, that's going to happen. It's in the budget. Why wouldn't it happen? I want it to be real. And that's what's going to get my vote. But it's not to say that it's all bad or it's all dysfunction, because there's so many hardworking people making things happen. I just have to make the right vote on behalf of the people that live on the east side and pay taxes and the whole city overall, and I want it to work. So I just can't put my vote to things when I don't have confidence that it'll work, that it's not going to be put as a priority. But it's the need. It's such a need. It is such a need. So that's what's a real catch-22. Councilman James, followed by Councilman Goodman.
Okay. Well, if it's a need, then as a city council, it's our job to fight for it. That's what we're here for. No, I'm not going to second guess if the mayor needs staff in his office, but this is a priority for the city council, and I am prepared to fight for it. So, I think what we need to do is get it in the budget. But we need to, I agree with everything you said, but we can't we've got to fight for this. This is an area that we are very concerned about. We need, Deputy Pro Tem has talked about the community benefits policy. We've insisted, we've written a resolution, hey, we want a community benefits policy. We need to have some discussions, and Mayor or President McGinnis, as our council leadership, we're looking to you guys to sit down and figure out what those next steps need to be, because we absolutely have got to work with administration. We've got to come to some resolution on the priorities here. This is a priority for us, and I think we have to. I'm thinking, is there any way that we could put the position under city council? Well, it's possible. We can talk about it. In other words, what I'm saying is we need to talk, because there's a problem. We're not sharing the priorities. It's a priority for us, but it's not a priority for administration, because the things they prioritize, they make happen very quickly. This new position, that's going to happen very quickly because it's their priority. When we say we want to see a workforce development manager, we want to see a community benefits policy developed for the city of Pontiac, we don't want to wait. We shouldn't have to wait a year and a half to get what we want, and then what the administration wants happens very quickly. So we need to have some conversations. But I think as a council, we need to be willing to fight, because we've got a charter, we've got powers that are under our administration. We need to utilize all of the resources at our disposal to fight for what we want to see happening in the city. Because I don't think it's just us. I think a lot of the residents in the city want this to happen.
Councilman Goodman.
So the first thing I want to say is, I, again, 100% agree that this is a priority for the city council. We fought for, we asked for, we had our entire session discussing that. We have heard many people come to these meetings talking about workforce development. And I agree with the position existing and even being filled. But to go to the president's point, we have been shown multiple times over the past 2.5 years that what we will ask for, unless it is a priority of the administration, will not get done, or it will get waited and pushed until the very last minute, as we saw with the homelessness funds that, as it sounds, have not been distributed yet and took until the 11th hour to even get the RFP out to go through that process. As someone who administers grants for multiple different people and has a grants administered to me, I think it's kind of ridiculous that money keeps getting sent back to council after we budget it without massively good reason. Because if it happens to me or people who I administer, I would stop giving grant money and I would stop receiving grant money if I were not carrying out the things that I've been tasked with. There are multiple ways that we can go about this. I, again, don't disagree with the position, but if we're having these concerns with the administration, then we can come back and visit this and put this in as we can amend the budget when we've figured out that there should be possibly some better place for it to be. But to just give the administration a blank check right now, when we've seen what happens whenever council says, hey, we're going to put money towards this thing, we want this to be a priority, then it does not get done. We've seen that happen too many times. And in this specific case, the administration has said that they do not have the capability to handle this right now. So again, if we really want it that critically, when we can revisit this, when we have it in a better position for us to be able to control if we are so concerned about making sure that it gets done. Because if we are trying to rely on giving that money to the administration to do what we are asking, as we have seen before, it is likely not going to get carried out, especially not in the fashion that we've wanted it to. We've seen that with previous positions, as has been laid out. We've seen that with previous projects, as has been laid out and complained over by ourselves multiple other times. So I don't see the good fiscal responsibility of doing this yet. Not saying not to do it, because again, as a person who has been actively talking to unions to get a job fair in Pontiac for our residents, who has been working with these organizations to get them connected on one accord to be able to benefit our city, and I would say largely more than other people in the city have, I see the need for it, but I don't see us just writing a blank check right now when we have the precedent that it's not going to come to fruition.
Another point that's worth considering is that I'm open to compromise on this front. I am concerned about using American Rescue Plan Act funds for it, though, because that has to be obligated before the end of the year. So it's a good potential carrot and stick, because if we say that this is going to be ARPA funded, if it does not get obligated, I don't know how that manifests where it qualifies as being spent, if that makes sense. So the administration might be able to answer that. Would the creation of a position now and the setting of the salary, would that be sufficient for obligating American Rescue Plan Act funds? Is that how it's worked for like the home repair program? We have a grant, ARPA funded in grants and philanthropy. He's the point person for the home repair program. His employment's going to continue obviously beyond the obligation deadline. Is that enough to hit that mark and get that money counted as being spent for ARPA?
I will defer to the city attorney, but my belief is exactly what you said. Yes, for obligation.
I would ask the ARPA coordinator or the grants and philanthropy director, but they don't exist.
They're not here.
So I can't rely on them, and I'm sorry that falls on you, but if you've got that answer, I'll take it.
Sure. Under obligation for ARPA, it means to have entered into a contract.
So in the instance of a City of Pontiac team member, is there somebody in the Grants and Philanthropy Department that's coordinating the home repair program? And I know it predates when you started, but is your understanding that they are a contract employee or have a contract engagement? Or does their hiring, sort of, their employment agreement with the city count as obligating those ARPA funds, since it's ARPA, it's a grant-funded role, if you will, or federally using those federal funds?
For which position in the grants department?
The home repair program?
Yes.
The staff member that coordinates that. And I use the term staff member with an asterisk because I don't know if they're a direct city employee. I thought so, so they are. And is that their position entirely funded with American Rescue Plan Act funds? Okay, so that must mean that counts as obligation. And that was my main concern. I don't want us to lock it in if they don't, you know what I'm saying? I guess the trigger would be if somebody isn't hired. If somebody isn't hired by December 31st, we miss out on 100 and something in ARPA funds. That's the big X factor. Anything further you want to offer?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. Councilman James?
To throw one thing else out as a discussion, what about allocating a specific amount of money for workforce development, for, special services or contracted services? Because it's a priority, and let's think outside of the box. How can we make this happen? Because that's another avenue we could go at, is looking at those companies who are already doing it and allocating monies to be able to help them and allow them to kind of help us to work out some of these issues.
Thank you.
So that's also one issue. How do we feel about possibly just setting aside a block of money for workforce development, for contracted services?
Councilwoman Rutherford, followed by Deputy Mayor Stevens.
So we actually put that in the ARPA dollars for workforce development. They have not created a program yet. Do you not recall that?
Do we have monies in
we
the
have
budget?
money. They have not created a program for that yet. They have not created a program for several things we've put in ARPA dollars for. So I get, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I like, I always say when you make a mistake, you need to do it. I had a nostalgic idea that we were going to work together and it was going to be harmonious, but listening to the leadership that we chose, which is the president and pro tem, I have to draw back my initial nostalgic idea and I really don't think we should do this at this time, because there's not been any, to me, kumbaya on their side. And what I mean by that is, I'm gonna just give you an example, and I have to say it because nobody else does. Michael just said 5 minutes ago sarcastically, but I wanna just point this out. We have no grants director. We have nobody managing the ARPA dollars. And we have love you, Ms. Joanne, a very stressed, thin law department that we're not even dealing with that. So to do this, as much as I want to do workforce development, I can't trust them with this either. And I'm gonna actually make a motion after this, but I want to just withdraw my support for this. I'm sorry, I can't do it. So I don't know what to do, how you want to do it, but I can't do this one.
The motion before us is using $120,000 estimated salary and benefits, the ARPA fund account 285 to fund a workforce development manager position for this budget year. That's what's before us. Any further debate on this item? I'm sorry, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman James, to your most recent idea of, well, couldn't we just put some money towards some kind of program? The suggestion that I would give is that is a brilliant idea, probably not best handled tonight, but examples of things that you might want to do or look at is creating a program where you make it available to companies to say, if you hire a Pontiac resident or you make a job offer to a Pontiac resident and the barrier to that resident actually being a productive employee to you is that they don't have the ability to get to work every day. They have a car, but they don't have the money to fix the car, and they won't have the money to fix the car until they get the job. We can make grants available in a limited amount to fix that. For skilled tradesmen, a lot of times when companies hire skilled tradesmen, the skilled tradesman has to bring their own tools, right? So they don't give them the tools, they just give them the job. And so we can make grants available to companies who hire Pontiac residents and have these specific barriers in place. That is a program that we actually put in place using grant funds when I was in Flint, and it was a very popular, successful program. And so it was workforce development in the sense that it helped Flint residents break that barrier of, I'm qualified, I'm capable, but there's something that's stopping me from being able to do this job. Again, I don't know that tonight is the time to actually create that program on the fly, but the thought of, well, is there something that we could do? That would be a much more productive use of $120,000 than hiring a person to just say, hey, go out and proselytize that workforce development is a good thing.
That would be a poor use of an approved position and salary.
Well, that would not really be, but let me just say, I disagree, but that's okay. That's because we're just not aligned on that,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. We just don't have a vision. Our visions are not aligned.
The budget is a very effective tool. It's a carrot and a stick. American Rescue Plans are a very effective tool, a carrot and a stick. It's just we run into this buzzsaw of repeatedly where it can be approved or agreed to or amended and added, and then it's, again, to Councilwoman James' point, want to make sure that we keep pushing and advocating and figuring out the way to get the results for the residents. And it's the challenge of being the legislative branch. We can legislate, we can appropriate, but there are some limitations. So we can cajole, advocate, shame, but there is limitations. I anticipate that we are going to have 6 months of absolute hell as a city council. Even if the public doesn't know it, internally it will be hell, because between now and December 31st, there are essentially $25 million-ish or $24 million that needs to be obligated. If we have this in here, it does allow it to be, it's got that finite deadline. If they don't fill that position.
It's got a line item.
Yeah.
And, the question is, should we keep the position or should we just actually put in for a blank amount of money and dedicate it to workforce development? Those are the two options, We can either go for the position and try to work through with administration a better definition of what that position, because it doesn't have to be filled tomorrow, but we can work with them so that we are aligned with a definition for what that person will be doing.
If I had to choose, if I only had two options of a direct hire that did workforce development or a program that was basically a granting, or sort of funding, I would choose the direct hire, because the track record is even worse on creating buckets of funds and then distributed.
I agree.
In terms of ceasefire, it was a priority, it was clear, there was a path forward, and we're still not even there yet. And that's a program initiative, you know what I mean? That it's somewhat, a hybrid.
Yeah.
But the homelessness funds, even the small business grant, it's a challenge to think that can be stood up, created, and then expended, even if it's very targeted.
Yeah. I think if we get, to get a knowledgeable person in the area like we did with Ms. Younger, someone who came to the table with a lot of skills and understanding around workforce development, or around economic development, if we're able to get a person who brings those kinds of skills to the table for workforce development, I think that person would be hugely beneficial for the city. So I agree. I think the position, to me, would be better than just a bucket of money.
All right, I think we have fully debated this topic. I think everyone has an understanding of at least what's been identified as the pros and the cons. The motion by Councilwoman James is to utilize those funds for the return of this position and the salary and the benefits cost. Councilwoman Rutherford, you seconded that motion. Are you trying to withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw my second.
Is there another council member that seconds?
I'll second it.
Okay, so for the record, Clerk Doyle, Pro Tem Carrington is the second for the motion. So now it is on this budget amendment of the Workforce Development Manager position. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on the budget amendment.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
No.
Rutherford,
No.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
No.
2 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay. That motion carries. No, excuse me, that motion fails, so it remains not in this budget. Other amendments from the floor?
Okay, I like to change when I do stuff wrong. Motion to reconsider the vote to reduce 101-171-702-000 salary and wages from 686,233 to 546, removing the $140,000 salary for the COO position. I make the motion.
Okay, so you were one of the,
Yeses.
you were one of the 3, was it 4? So there must have been 4. You were
No, it
one-
wasn't 4.
Oh,
It was 3.
Okay.
And she said, the reason, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to make sure, because you've got to be on the prevailing side to
Which we-
reconsider, I think. So if something failed, you had to be one of the no votes. Something passed, you need to be one of the yes votes. So my understanding is that you are able to reconsider.
Yes.
But I defer to the attorney and the clerks to know who is eligible to second that motion. Is it somebody, I don't think it matters,
It
but I just
doesn't.
want to ask that to be clear. Okay, so Councilwoman Rutherford is moving to reconsider that amendment that was adopted about the chief operating officer position.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. Per the attorney and the clerk, are we on solid ground with parliamentary procedure?
I believe so, Mr. President. It's the same meeting.
Okay, all right, that's the concurrence. All right, Councilwoman Rutherford?
So the reason why I have to reconsider is earlier today, about an hour ago, our president pointed out some things that as much as I want to see the administration do well, I can't in good conscience support this position. I want to support it, but I just can't. And so I like to, when I make a mistake, to fix it, and I'm just trying to fix it. Until they have shown that they can fill the current positions, I can no longer feel supportive of them having a COO, and that's why I changed my vote.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm remembering our motion. It was to remove it. We were moving the amendment to remove. 3 of us voted yes to remove it. 2 voted no, you wanted to keep it. So what you're doing is reconsidering your no, you're reconsidering
Right.
your,
Until the administration can show, because this is why, I just want to say this. I have worked, and I'm sorry, Deputy Stevens goes above and beyond the call and his position. And I feel like and this is just me because I had to really think about it, it's undermining what he's able to do if he has to then again have another person. And as President Pro Tem pointed out earlier, we're paying all of these amazing people 6 figures. And some of them can't even write an email. And I'll say it again. And I can't go with that. So I'm probably going to be public enemy number 1 next week, but it happens. I'm voting to change it. I hope that I have the council support. That's it.
so she is moved to reconsider. We have to vote on whether we will reconsider, and then it would be moved and seconded again, right? Or does the move and the second still stand? It's rare that we have to do a motion to reconsider in the same meeting. Okay, so Councilman Rutherford moves to reconsider that amendment vote. Councilman Goodman seconds. So what we're voting on right now is whether we will reconsider. Does that sound right?
A yes vote would be to reconsider.
That's right.
And I just want to get clarity from you, President. We only need 4 for it to be reconsidered, correct?
A majority of who's present, I think, we'll see how the vote goes.
Let's
And then
go.
the clerk and the attorney can see if the number is sufficient. Okay, so is everyone clear? The vote is whether we are willing to reconsider that amendment that previously failed. So roll call, Clerk Doyle on the motion to reconsider. It's not
McGinnis?
actually the amendment, it's reconsidering the amendment. I'll say
McGinnis?
yes to reconsider if a council member wants to change their vote.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
No.
4 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay. And so it would be now a motion to amend the budget to remove from the mayor's department $140,000, which would be for salaries and wages, and the fringe benefits cost calculated for that chief operating officer position. So that would be what's up for reconsideration. Is there someone that wants to make that motion?
I make that motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Council Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. And anyone interject if we need to do something differently procedurally. So now we have the amendment before us. We've reconsidered it. It can still be debated further. So does anyone want to offer any further deliberation on whether to keep in the budget or to remove the chief operating officer position in the executive administration? Okay. Speakers list exhausted. Clerk Doyle, roll call on the motion to amend by reducing the mayor's office budget by $140,000 of the salaries and wages and the calculated prorated benefits that will go in. And so that'll be what's reflected in next week's clean final budget.
Rutherford,
Roll call.
Yes to remove.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
No.
McGinnis.
Yes.
4 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, that motion carries, so that amendment passes. Other amendments from the floor? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, I remember we talked about cameras for high areas for dumping. I know the administration and grants was working on so they receive $1 million. Is that, I'm trying to
I know that was the
remember.
application. Can the administration share on whether that was awarded from, in terms of tackling dumping and cameras?
We did apply for a grant that would have allowed for that, but I do not believe we received it.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that there aren't other aspects of the budget or other proposed areas that would involve that type of work. Is that right?
Correct. We have not budgeted for that work.
Okay. Pro Tem, you have the floor.
So I don't want to make a motion tonight, but I do want to consider making a resolution so we can get some pricing and some research concerning how much it would cost.
So, and this is an okay time to bring that up in terms of things beyond this budget process that we want to very quickly revisit or hone in. We've identified researching some of the permit fees. We want to have a muscular workforce development, multi-pronged strategy. And you'd like us to research more in terms of pricing for basically a pilot project where high dumping areas can be monitored or there can be cameras and enforcement, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was looking for another item.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, keep going. So I'll just flag that that's something that came to my mind when we've talked about bathrooms and facilities. I'm obviously not interested in having cameras in the bathrooms, but I think it would be a potential deterrent or help us with enforcement if the exterior of bathroom facilities, if they're to be renovated in our parks, that we can ensure some degree of safety or monitoring. I know it might not be 100% preventative, but it might allow us to do some deterrence and then also ensure that those are held accountable if they're, a suspect in the defacing or destruction of a city property. Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, we agree with that, and I will say, and I know he's left for the evening, but our Parks and Recreation Director, Terrence Price, has put a considerable amount of effort into looking at options for installing cameras in our parks in general. But obviously, any budget for the construction, design and construction for that matter, of bathroom facilities would accommodate the installation of cameras as part of the construction of new bathroom facilities.
Because it's possible that technology or whatever strategies and pricing are pursued there could be applicable depending on the placement location for trying to prevent high frequency dumping areas in our city as well. So thank you for flagging that. Other amendments from the floor, Councilman Rutherford?
Yeah, so last year I put in the amendment for us to add $75,000 to the youth department for tutoring, $100,000 for the youth department for tutoring. This year I would have put in the amendment for us to add $75,000. I saw what I liked about the program was that Tanisha Taylor, shouts out to her, hired retired teachers. She also hired people who worked in the educational field. I think it's vital that we have the tutoring. Our children, due to COVID and to other learning disabilities, are 2 to 3 years behind. I think we need to add that $75,000 back to the youth budget that is specifically for tutoring the way we did last year when I added 100. So I make the amendment to add $75,000 to the budget for tutoring for the youth department.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to try and do some legwork to make sure I've got explicitly where. But Mayor and Deputy Mayor, any reflections on how that was successful this year and how it could be utilized if returned to the budget?
Well, I don't know the details because we don't have our youth recreation manager here, and this is the first I'm learning of the amendment. I think we thought it went well. Whether budget was a limiting factor in reaching youth, I can't speak to. And, we certainly have enough funds in the youth recreation budget to accommodate this.
Point of information?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
So I asked this question because it was asked me to fight for this because the students actually benefited, and the youth department budget has been cut, which is why I'm asking for it to be added back. So I made the first mistake of doing something wrong. I'm trying to do it the right way. We were going to give you $140,000 plus some other $1,000 for you to add a COO. I think we can use that money differently because now we're not using it to make sure that the youth get tutoring. So I asked Ms. Taylor, and if she was here, she would concur that. And we just need to add that money so that these kids can get tutored. That's it.
So I'm working to get back to the youth recreation funds, but any further discussion in the meantime? Okay.
Council President.
Yes.
It's
Deputy
208.
208? Oh, okay, now I'm here. So under Fund 208, Youth Recreation Millage, we've got Department 756, Recreation Facility, Department 775, Youth Sports, and so it was probably in Recreation Facility. I anticipate it was so 101 admin allocation to other funds. To clarify, is that taking youth recreation funds and then moving to the general fund so it could pay the staff that are working in youth recreation?
No, the admin to other funds that comes to 101 is to pay for youth recreation's portion of general overhead. I believe that the tutors were paid out of other professional services.
So through this year so far, other professional services, about $123,000 has been expended. I'm sure more will be booked. $175,000 was the budget. Some of that may have been related to grant funding and the expending of that. But being proposed so far is $25,000 for other professional services, and programming $382,606. Can you share with us strategically what's the breakdown of other professional services versus programming?
Yeah, so the strategic change here was to push more money to specifically programming so that it was not commingled with the idea of, oh yeah, well we just did this, well we just did that. It was to be more intentional, more specific. And so what Director Price and Manager Taylor did when they put this budget together was to really sit down and say, okay, what programs will we have? We will have basketball, we will have this, we will. So that was all pushed to programming, and then other professional services is now appropriately other professional services, things that we are doing that are not our core concept.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the youth recreation millage is expected to generate this coming fiscal year just under $2.3 million. What's being recommended to expend is $1.3 million approximately. So that's about $1 million that's going to be built in the reservoir. Can you share with us the strategy of that? Historically, what's been shared in this room by previous city councils, previous mayor, previous whoever was interpreting it, was that the youth recreation millage can be for programming only, not for facility costs. Is your updated understanding, is that still the case? Or is it funding that could also be utilized for facilities needs or facility accommodations? Anything you're able to share with the council and community on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It is our understanding from reading the verbiage in the millage that these funds can in fact be used to actually sustain whatever youth building we have. And so what we have been trying to do the entire time that we were here is, knowing that we have a building that is going to come online, we don't currently have any mechanism for paying for utilities, for paying for specific staff once we actually have a building and someone's going to need to be there Sunday through Saturday, 9 to 5. So we have our programming that currently is dispersed all over the city, and that is that. But we have intentionally been spending less money than we bring in, such that once we have a building that we have to actually run, we will already have built-in capacity to run that building, as opposed to saying, what program do we have to cut so that we actually have the money to run this building?
Okay. And to clarify, we asked this before in a special meeting, but the Williams International Educational Fund, that's revenue that's kicking out. Does that have limitations, legal limitations on how it can be expended?
That has large limitations onto how it can be expended. And in fact, that is so it had to go somewhere, but I will say it's somewhat of a misnomer for it to be in this fund, because it is not available, generally speaking, for youth programming. We have to work with Williams International to specifically determine what it's supposed to be, actually, believe it or not, workforce development. What workforce development activity are these monies going to be put towards? And we have not been able to come to agreement with Williams on how to spend that money.
Thank you for that. So when I'm saying that there is about a $1 million gap in terms of money coming in and money that's being so far designated to spend, that's a bit of a mirage, because 400,000 plus of it's Williams International. So we're really looking at $540,000 that in theory could be appropriated not using general fund dollars. So Councilwoman Rutherford's motion and Councilwoman James's second is to utilize Fund 208 Youth Recreation Millage, taking undesignated revenues and fund balance of $75,000 and expending it for other professional services for Department 756 Recreation Facility. Do you have that, Clerk Doyle? Yeah. All right. So he knows the scoop. Do council members know the scoop?
Yes.
Is everyone clear? The motion is for adding $75,000 to other professional services to allow the return of mentoring and enrichment services. Yes.
Council President, is the tutoring encompassed in the amount that's already there for programming? Because it sounded like he was saying that, is it or isn't it? Because, I mean, we want to continue the tutoring program that they had. I'm assuming that that is encompassed in programming. You've got $400,000 in programming.
Okay. Point of view.
Question received. Do you have further information?
Yes, I only included this because what I did, what all of us did, was I went to department heads because I don't believe nobody. I go to people that's in charge. I said, what do you need for this to be successful? I asked them, they gave me a number. I said, we ain't doing that. And then I gave them this number. And she said, if we had, this is from her, you want me to call her, I can, this would make this be successful. So the $75,000 is because based upon the conversation that I had with Ms. Taylor. It is not in the budget for them to have tutoring. They can say it all day. It ain't in there because I asked. That's why I'm asking to do it.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, speakers list exhausted. Roll call Clerk Doyle on the proposed amendment, adding $75,000 for youth recreation facility, other professional services.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Are there other amendments from the floor?
Point of information.
Yes.
There was a proposal sent earlier this year from Captain Ewan. Are you familiar with that proposal? Are we able to discuss that at this time? Or do you need me to pull it up to read it so I can tell you why I want to propose it?
It would be in order. It's just a matter of that would be probably quite a long time.
Okay,
so it might be better to do as a, if you want to bring it forth as a budget amendment once the fiscal year begins.
Okay, but I do, just to give
Yeah, you can, this is the time. Right, put it
Okay,
on the-
so if you can give me 1 minute. Y'all talking, I'm gonna pull it up. 1 second.
Okay. Any final amendments from the floor?
Mr. President?
Yes.
So you had asked me when the clerk's office did his budget proposal
Yes.
about the Charter Commission. The Charter Commission does not have a budget for the upcoming fiscal year, but I'd asked for a $10,000 allocation for the Charter Commission because the fiscal year will start before the election. So I did talk to the chairperson and the vice chair of the Charter Commission, and they would utilize that $10,000 for outreach as well as PSAs to help get the word out about the charter. So I just
And
wanted to put that on.
if that motion is viable, is that something that would be within the city council, excuse me, the city clerk's budget structure? Or would it be utilizing their standalone?
It would be before they got their own budget. They didn't have their own budget the first year. They had an allocation out of the city clerk's budget. That line item was 101-215-809-002.
Because it's so specific and it's so small, I would think it's probably best structurally to have that return as the clerk's office function, should that be the will. But is there any council member that wishes to make an amendment to add $10,000 to the city clerk's office for Charter Commission community engagement and communications? Okay, there's no motion, so.
I wonder.
Okay. And I'll just emphasize that no motion came, but through the balance of this fiscal year, if it can be expended in the next, what day is it? In the next 20 days, then it would be a valid expense. It might just sort of be, you know, that still exists, that they have a substantial amount of funds that were not utilized, and that would be an appropriate use as I see it. Okay? Councilwoman Rutherford?
So in January of 2024, this proposal was sent to this council, and as long with the mayor, I just want to read it. It says that Sheriff Office continues to strive to improve the city safety services. We also continue to evaluate our patrol patterns and response times to all emergencies and non-emergency calls that develop into action situations. They have a good handle on being able to handle the city safety, but the response situation is in a timely manner, but we need to improve in the services. So the proposal that was sent was they proposed the gap in our coverage that they have from the sheriff's department is Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays. They're usually at minimum staffing capacity. And so the proposal was to address the 3 additional deputies and a supervisor. And so my question is, why, I'm just asking as a point of information, why wasn't this brought, and do we have time to do this if we have to wait next week so I can get it all together for the actual numbers? So that's my question.
Well, if you want it in this fiscal year budget that's going to be adopted next week, you'll want to vote on it tonight. But it would be available and eligible for a budget amendment in the coming weeks once the new fiscal year starts. But to the mayor and deputy mayor, do you have any reaction to the thought process on whether and when to have included it in the budget?
Well, we have our sheriff's contract, that the current contract expires at the end of this fiscal year. So part of the thought was this should be part of that conversation about what services to include as part of the sheriff's contract that will, the new sheriff's contract, if you will, for the new term that will be going into effect on January 1st.
And I know that it's not definitive, but you've shared with me that the state of Michigan may also be pursuing expanded resources that we might be able to utilize for more law enforcement services. Is that still viable from the state of Michigan? And would this be possible eligible expenses where we could use this new initiative, should the state adopt it, for increased public safety services in Pontiac?
Yes, is the short answer. We're not sure, obviously, where the state budget will land, but the State House has proposed substantial increases in funding that must be used for public safety for communities like Pontiac that have relatively high crime. And that money has to be used for new services, at least that's the way it's been written. So we couldn't retroactively use that money for services that have already been implemented. So as you and I discussed once upon a time, that might be a reason to wait until after the state's budget is passed, which will happen in the next few weeks, to make a determination in terms of any additional new law enforcement services so that we have the funding from the state to pay for them.
Further discussion?
Not on this particular item, but it's a sheriff discussion.
Okay. So there wasn't a motion yet, so you can take it.
Well, I also wanted to, I know that the Sheriff Department asked for estimate cost of 2 drones at $40,000 each with all needed equipment. They stated that the funding source was from the forfeiture account that has been sent to the city by the sheriff's office. And the state law requires this money to be used only to enhance law enforcement operations. So they're recommending purchasing 2 drone units. So I want to know what administration at the sheriff's department talk to you guys about that particular request.
We have been in touch with the sheriff's office about it. The city attorney has written a letter to the sheriff's office informing the sheriff's office that under the terms of the sheriff's contract, any equipment, personal equipment of any kind, whether it's a car, whether it's a firearm, whether it's a taser, whether it's a drone, that the sheriff's office deems to be necessary or beneficial to its operations is the responsibility of the sheriff's office to provide. And because the forfeiture funds can be used for overtime, it is our recommendation that we use those forfeiture funds for sheriff's office overtime rather than having that come out of our general fund.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just because I gotta ask, 2 weeks ago, Gladys Smith was here discussing the budget for Ruth Peterson and for the Bowen Center and how it's not equal. To the council, have you came up with, or has anyone suggested that we make their budget equal, like dollar for dollar? I'm asking because President Pro Tem hand is up. But
City Council did vote last week unanimously on a resolution that asked for an itemization or analysis from the administration about essentially how's it being spent programming-wise between the two. And so we await that information, and based on what we get and then other research and review that we do, we may need to make some more adjustments, but we don't have that information back as of yet in terms of, so again, yeah, on paper we could say dollar for dollar, but we want to know how's it being spent.
Okay.
How's it being put in, you know, boots on the ground, services, programs to the two, because it's the position of this city council that the seniors of Ruth Peterson and the seniors that utilize Bowens should both equitably be able to have resources. And so that's how we want to see the programming done. We just got to get some more information before we can pull every trigger on that. Yes, ma'am.
So my follow-up is also, because I don't have my, I'm waiting on him to give me, we paid for a housing study. We've already done that, right?
So we have approved the housing study, and that was in this fiscal year. I don't know when the amount would be expended or if it's, sort of upon completion. That might be something we have to research further on. Unless you know offhand, Deputy Mayor.
I don't know offhand when the housing study will be completed, but I do know that a contract has been awarded.
And that's worth pointing out that there's other instances, including the master plan update. We had that in last fiscal year budget, and obviously that wasn't expended. So there, there might have to be some continuity there based on when the expense is actually incurred. Other discussion or amendments from the floor? Yes, ma'am.
Earlier, I think in November of 2022, we put money aside for daycare with the ARPA dollars. So my question, I just want to ask, is that included, do we have that included still in the ARPA budget, or has it been removed? Just a point of.
So it was a designated bucket, sort of a category of American Rescue Plan Act funds that the City Council adopted. We have obviously not seen that come forward for obligating and programming. But Mayor Administration, do you have any other information for the Council's inquiry about will that still be in the mix with ARPA, or is that on the cutting room floor?
That was always part of workforce development, the idea being that there are and I know the Deputy Mayor spoke to this earlier, the idea being that there are certain barriers that prevent people from accessing workforce development training, whether that's lack of transportation or childcare. And so that was all bundled together as both allocated for workforce development investments that are directly education or training related, but also reducing barriers, including but not limited to potentially childcare. So I know that Deborah Younger has been working quite a bit on workforce development, and I think if we're going to have a deep dive on this topic of conversation, it would behoove us to have her here.
City Attorney, do you have something further you want to elaborate?
Yes, on the ARPA application, it is part of the workforce development category, so it says workforce development and childcare on the actual application.
Other further discussion or amendments from the floor? Going once? Going twice? Three times a lady. All right, so speakers, this is exhausted on this item on the agenda in terms of the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. It's the second reading, but we are going to postpone it so that way the administration and staff can incorporate these amendments and have a clean document. Does that sound like a workable approach from the clerk's office, from the city attorney, and from the executive administration, that all these adopted amendments will now be able to be reflected, so that way what's voted on for essentially our third reading is the final ball of wax, all the numbers tie out, and then it will be satisfying with the state of Michigan. Does everyone have clarity and understanding on that? All right, hearing no objection, a motion to postpone for 1 week.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, second by Carrington, that we postpone the adoption of the City of Pontiac 2024-2025 Appropriations Act Ordinance second reading. So that'll be before us next week. We are now at communications. For the sake of time, check it out. Councilman Parker isn't here, but he wants you to know that the District 5 meeting is this Thursday, 5 p.m. in the Lions Den, with a virtual option as well. Pride and Beautification. I'll come back. Oh,
we got to vote on the postponement.
Oh, we just moved and seconded? Right. What do you know? I will it into existence. Thank you. Roll call on the motion to postpone for 1 week.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
Okay. The only other council communication is that Pride and Beautification nominations are now open, so please nominate. Mayor, communications?
Yeah, a couple of quick items. I want to remind the community that we do have our final listening session regarding the Youth Recreation Center on June 20th at 6 p.m. at the Ruth Peterson Center. So we encourage people to come out to that important event and let your voices be heard about what amenities you want to see in our future Youth Recreation Center. And then also, I want to make sure that people are aware of this Saturday's Juneteenth celebration. The parade starts at 4 p.m. on the north side of downtown on Oakland Avenue, and we'll have lots of music performers, we'll have lots of vendors, we'll have a kids zone, so bring out the family and young children, and then it'll all be capped off by a beautiful fireworks show at 10 p.m. So we hope to see lots of folks from the community out.
Thank you. Closing comments, Mayor Grimo.
Well, I do want to just quickly respond to some of the questions and comments that were made by members of the public. I know that was some time ago now, but I do want to just make sure that we set the record straight on some things. I agree that when residents passed the Youth Recreation Center, they wanted a city-owned, state-of-the-art facility, and I know that that was emphasized by a member of the public. However, that member of the public emphasized the site on Gulf Drive, and I want to emphasize that that was neither city-owned. It was being leased for, I don't know, $30,000 a month or more, I think, given than that. But also it was anything but state-of-the-art. It was not the quality facility that our young people deserve in the community. In terms of the gas station, just want to make sure that, yes, we put up a sign at the site, and that's because of a new ordinance that we had proposed and City Council adopted that makes sure that we're doing more to get the word out about proposals that come before the Planning Commission. So we now put a sign out on the property that is subject to a Planning Commission proposal or certain Planning Commission proposals. So we did that, but we also sent out a mailing to all the residents who live within 500 feet of the location, which again is an expanded radius of getting the word out based on the very same ordinance that we proposed and City Council adopted. So we really have expanded how we get the word out about these facilities. And I know that lots of people in the surrounding neighborhoods knew about that proposed gas station and had the ability to come out because we are proactively trying to do more to get the word out and be more transparent. Also want to mention that I know a community member had expressed concern about tall grass at Kenilworth / Cameron, the intersection of Cameron and Kenilworth. There are 3 property owners at that intersection with tall grass, and we have all 3 of them in court, pending court hearings. So I want to emphasize that code enforcement is on top of that and is enforcing against all of those owners. And then lastly, I want to mention that the vehicle in Mattie McKinney Hatchet Park was removed earlier today during daylight hours back, I don't know if I think it was in the early afternoon that vehicle was removed. So our parks team and the sheriff's office was on top of that and got that resolved during the day.
Very good. Deputy Mayor, any final thoughts?
Just one, I just want to thank City Council and the mayor for, and actually city staff for a good budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's worth noting, happy birthday this week to Mayor Grimo, Deputy Mayor Stevens, and Councilman Parker. Oh, wow. Our birthdays. Happy birthday. Oh, and yes, right, the 14th. That's 14th, Clerk Doyle. So, the 19th. Whoa, all right.
What y'all say? I'm playing at
What day is yours? Yours was June 4th? Whoa. Whoa.
There are too many Geminis in this room.
Well, this is a safe space for all 12 of the Zodiac. All right. Thank you very much. Clerk Doyle, any closing comments?
The only closing comment, I just want to welcome the new Chief Assistant City Clerk, Cameron Hoadley, to the City of Pontiac.
Round of applause. We want to make sure that your first City Council meeting was as long as possible. All right, we're at council closing comments. The Honorable Kathy Lee James.
Yeah, it's got to get better from here, right? Okay, the only one I have is, well, I actually have 2. First of all, Friends of Pontiac Parks is still hiring Pontiac youth for the Junior Park Ranger Program. Applications are available for myself. If you're interested, please give me a call at 248-425-4663. And the next meeting of the District 4 Community Council is June the 27th at 6 o'clock, New Mount Moriah International Church on Walton Boulevard, 313 Walton Boulevard. The public is invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your investment of time and service into the city of Pontiac, and congratulations on a very successful Friends of Pontiac Parks annual meeting. That was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinn. I just want to say thank everyone that came to the budget hearings and made suggestions to the council and administration. I'd like to thank my colleagues as well as the administration for their work, as well as staff for the work on this upcoming budget season. The next District 6 meeting is June the 27th, next Thursday at Ruth Peterson at 6 p.m. Please come out. I want to hear from you. Please get involved. Bring me your concerns for the district and see how we can make Pontiac the best city in Michigan and as well as nationally. Good night.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
Can you go back to me? I'm still writing my notes.
I guess so. Councilman Goodman?
I will keep it simple. Please, everyone, please know that in 2 weeks, on the 23rd, there is another pullover prevention clinic happening for the people of the community, whether you live in Pontiac or elsewhere. So if you need a headlight or a tail light or AC recharge or any other small repairs that you think that should be taken care of, please come out to the Baldwin Center on the 23rd from 1 to 5. We'll also have free Uncle Jerry's, free resources. I believe the county will be there doing vaccines. So there are a lot of free resources available, free food, and again, car repairs. So please take the time to come out. And then also, I believe it's the following day, or whatever the final Monday of the month is the District 3 community meeting. So, of course, please come out to that so you can hear more about the other amazing things that we're doing, like the pullover prevention clinic. And I guess I will leave it there for tonight.
Thank you, and thank you for all the time and hard work that you invest in the citizens of Pontiac and moving the city forward. Councilwoman Rutherford.
All right. First of all, I want to thank District 1 member Dolores Stevens, who every week brings me dinner. Today she brought me an amazing meal based from District 1. I appreciate that. Shouts out to the Stevens family. I was asked earlier today while we were doing budgeting, what do directors make? I want to read this out for a reason. Communications director makes $116,000. Legal counsel makes $125,000. HR directors make $120,000. DPW director makes $97,900. Communications director makes $120,000. Director of Parks and Rec makes $116,000, and director of philanthropy, I hope I said that right, is $97,900. The totality that we spend on directors that I have right here is $791,900. This is why I'm bringing this up. When the administration can get the directors to do their jobs and do it effectively and to use their positions to empower the people that work here and not, in some instances, disrespect them through email, disrespect them on Zooms, I'm going to be the first to give them a COO. When this administration deals with this council the same way I can say we have tried to deal with them with open and honesty and integrity all the time with transparency, I will give you a COO. When I see Deputy Stevens treated the way I feel he deserves to get treated, because I've seen him do things above and beyond the call, even dealing with me when we've had issues from the administration side to where we couldn't communicate, I will give you guys a COO. The reason why, because I know how they're going to try to paint this, I like to speak for myself, is I had to remember that we as a council have an agenda. This administration has an agenda, and our agendas have to be about the business of the city of Pontiac. And in saying that, if we're truly about the business of Pontiac, we need to make all of these people, like the communications director, legal, HR, DPW, and everybody else, earn these amazing raises that we gave them. Because I can say for a fact, some of them do an amazing job. I have no problems with them. Then there are others that are paid $120,000, but don't have to come to meetings, don't have to come to subcommittees. And I am told, and I'm gonna start saying it openly, that they are on special cases. Well, there's been no special results. There's no new special housing. So I'm gonna start saying it because I've been nice about it, not being combative, because this is the truth. I have to publicly thank, and I'm gonna say it again so that you understand, our deputy director do so much that people don't know. And he is oftentimes, in my opinion, not appreciated. And I would have been in bad form if I would have voted for a COO when he is capable of doing that job. What he needs is that we as a council, and what we as a city and we as a community to give him the opportunity to do what he's paid all the money to do. So that's why I changed my vote, because I don't want no inside baseball conversation saying, well, Mel, you changed your mind. I changed it because it, to me, is underlining Deputy Stevens, and I can't do that. On another note, everybody knows that we are not having a District 1 meeting this month because I took a break because I fell out and, fainted, and it happens. That's the other rumor. I'm not dying. I'm still alive. Last but certainly not least, I ask that you pray for everybody in this community. You pray for this administration. You pray for this council, and you pray for yourself, because the only way we're going to get through this year and the next year for re-election and everything else is that we start listening more and talking less. God bless you. God keep you. May he put his loving hands upon you and give you peace. Good night.
I love that that was the closing comments that you ended with, we should talk less.
That's it.
I'm very sleepy and I have to be at work at 7 in the morning, so my only closing comment is thank you to the great turnout of the East Side residents at our District 7 meeting last night. Great feedback, great turnout, and we got a lot of issues handled. Really appreciate the mayor and code enforcement. James Foster does a very great job. They've really seen the results of the grass enforcement on the east side, and we just want to keep moving our community forward. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, second by Councilman James, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:57 p.m. Be safe.